Good evening. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is now day 13 of our ongoing Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit readathon. When you're here online, you can use hashtag LOTR Live Read. Whenever you're talking about our event, I'm very glad to have you here tonight on shopxsn.com. I am your humble host and your reader tonight, Clifford Broadway. It's very good to have everyone back with us tonight. Now, we are in the very shortest chapter in all of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the shortest chapter of all, by length of words. This is The Return of the King, Book 5, Chapter 5, The Ride of the Rohirrim. It was dark, and Merry could see nothing as he lay on the ground, rolled in a blanket. Yet though the night was airless and windless, all about him hidden trees were sighing softly. He lifted his head. Then he heard it again, a sound like faint drums in the wooded hills and mountain steps. The throb would cease suddenly, and then be taken up again at some other point, now nearer, now further off. He wondered if the watchmen had heard it. He could not see them, but he knew that all around him were the companies of the rohirrim. He could smell the horses in the dark, and could hear their shiftings and their soft stamping on the needle-covered ground. The host was bivouacked in the pine woods that clustered about Eilenach Beacon, a tall hill standing up from the long ridges of the Druadan forest that lay beside the great road in East Anorian. Tired as he was, Merry could not sleep. He had ridden now for 4 days on end, and the ever-deepening gloom had slowly weighed down on his heart. He began to wonder why he had been so eager to come when he had been given every excuse, even his lord's command, to stay behind. He wondered, too, if the old king knew that he had been disobeyed and was angry. Perhaps not. There seemed to be some understanding between Dernhelm and Elfhelm, the marshal who commanded the Eored in which they were riding. He and all his men ignored Merry and pretended not to hear if he spoke. He might have been just another bag that Dernhelm was carrying. Dernhelm was no comfort. He never spoke to anyone. Merry felt small, unwanted, and lonely. Now the time was anxious, and the host was in peril. They were less than a day's ride from the outwalls of Minas Tirith that encircled the townlands. Scouts had been sent ahead. Some had not returned. Others, hastening back, had reported that the road was held in force against them. The host of the enemy was encamped upon it 3 miles west of Emondin, and some strength of men was already thrusting along the road and was no more than 3 leagues away. Orcs were roving in the hills and woods along the roadside. The king and Eomer held council in the watches of the night. Merry wanted somebody to talk to, and he thought of Pippin, but that only increased his restlessness. Poor Pippin, shut up in the great city of stone, lonely and afraid. Merry wished he was a tall rider like Eomer, and could blow a horn or something and go galloping to his rescue. He sat up, listening to the drums that were beating again, now near at hand. Presently, he heard voices speaking low, and he saw dim, half-shrouded lanterns passing through the trees. Men nearby began to move uncertainly in the dark. A tall figure loomed up and stumbled over him, cursing the tree roots. He recognized the voice of Elfhelm, the marshal. "I am not a tree root, sir," he said, "nor a bag, but a bruised hobbit. The least you can do in amends is to tell me what is afoot." "Anything that can keep so in this devil's murk," answered Elfhelm. "But my lord sends word that we must set ourselves in readiness. Orders may come for a sudden move." "Is the enemy coming, then?" asked Merry anxiously. Are those their drums? I began to think I was imagining them, as no one else seemed to take any notice of them. Nay, nay, said Elfhelm, the enemy is on the road, not in the hills. You hear the woses, the wild men of the woods. Thus they talk together from afar. They still haunt Druadan forest, it is said. Remnants of an older time they be, living few and secretly, wild and wary as the beasts. They go not to war with Gondor or the Mark, but now they are troubled by the darkness and the coming of the orcs. They fear, lest the dark years be returning, as seems likely enough. Let us be thankful that they are not hunting us, for they use poisoned arrows, it is said, and they are woodcrafty beyond compare. But they have offered their services to Theoden. Even now one of their head men is being taken to the king. Yonder go the lights. So much I have heard, but no more. And now I must busy myself with my lord's commands. Pack yourself up, Master Bag. He vanished into the shadows. Merry did not like this talk of wild men and poisoned darts, but quite apart from that, a great weight of dread was on him. Waiting was unbearable. He longed to know what was going to happen. He got up and soon was walking warily in pursuit of the last lantern before it disappeared among the trees. Presently he came to an open space where a small tent had been set up for the king under a great tree. A large lantern, covered above, was hanging from a bough and cast a pale circle of light below. There sat Theoden and Eomer, and before them on the ground sat a strange, squat shape of a man, gnarled as an old stone, and the hairs of his scanty beard straggled on his lumpy chin like dry moss. He was short-legged and fat-armed, thick and stumpy, and clad only with grass about his waist. Merry felt that he had seen him before somewhere, and suddenly he remembered the Pukal men of Dunharrow. Here was one of those old images brought to life, or maybe a creature descended in true line through endless years from the models used by the forgotten craftsmen long ago. There was a silence as Merry crept nearer, and then the wild man began to speak, in answer to some question, it seemed. His voice was deep and guttural, yet to Merry's surprise, he spoke the common speech, though in a halting fashion, and uncouth words were mingled with it. "No, father of horsemen," he said, "we fight not, hunt only, kill Gorgun in woods, hate orc folk. You hate Gorgun too. We help as we can. Wild men have long ears and long eyes, know all paths. Wild men live here before stone houses, before tall men come up out of water. But our need is for aid in battle," said Eomer. "How will you and your folk help us?" "Bring news," said the wild man. "We look out from hills, we climb big mountain and look down. Stone City is shut. Fire burns there outside, now inside too. You wish to come there, then you must be quick, but Gorgun and men out, far away." He waved a short, gnarled arm eastward. "Sit on horse road. Very many more than horsemen." "How do you know that?" said Eomer. The old man's flat face and dark eyes showed nothing, but his voice was sullen with displeasure. "Wild men are wild, free, but not children," he answered. "I am great headman, Gon Borigan. I count many things, stars in sky, leaves on trees, men in the dark. You have a score of scores, counted 10 times 5. 10 times and 5. They have more. Big fight, and who will win? And many more walk round walls of stone houses. Alas, he speaks all too shrewdly, said Theoden, and our scouts say that they have cast trenches and stakes across the road. We cannot sweep them away in sudden onset. And yet we need great haste, said Eomer. Mundburg is on fire. Let Gon Bury Gon finish, said the wild man. More than one road he knows. He will lead you by road where no pits are, no Gorgun walk, only wild men and beasts. Many paths were made when Stonehouse folk were stronger. They carved hills as hunters carve beast flesh. Wild men think they ate stone for food. They went through Druadan to Rimmon with great wains. They go no longer. Road is forgotten, but not by wild men. Over hill and behind hill, it lies still under grass and tree, there behind Rimmon, and down to Din, and back at the end to Horsemen's Road. Wild men will show you that road. Then you will kill Gorgun, and drive away bad dark with bright iron, and wild men can go back to sleep in the wild woods. Eomer and the king spoke together in their own tongue. At length, Theoden turned to the wild man. We will receive your offer, he said, for though we leave a host of foes behind, what matter? If the stone city falls, then we shall have no returning. If it is saved, then the orc host itself will be cut off. If you are faithful, Gon Bury Gon, then we will give you rich reward, and you shall have the friendship of the Mark forever. Dead men are not friends to living men, and give them no gifts, said the wild man. But if you live after the darkness, then leave wild men alone in the woods, and do not hunt them like beasts any more. Gon Bury Gon will not lead you into trap. He will go himself with father of horsemen, and if he leads you wrong, you will kill him. So be it, said Theoden. How long will it take to pass by the enemy and come back to the road? Asked Eomer. We must go at foot pace if you guide us, and I doubt not the way is narrow. Wild men go quick on feet, said Gon. Way is wide for 4 horses in Stonewain Valley yonder. He waved his hand southwards. But narrow at beginning and at end. Wild man could walk from here to Din between sunrise and noon. Then we must allow at least 7 hours for the leaders, said Eomer. But we must reckon, rather, on some 10 hours for all. Things unseen may hinder us, and if our host is all strung out, it will be long ere it can be set in order when we issue from the hills. What is the hour now? Who knows, said Theoden. All is night now. It is all dark, but it is not all night, said Gon. When sun comes, we feel her, even when she is hidden. Already she climbs over East Mountains. It is the opening of day in the sky fields. Then we must set out as soon as may be, said Eomer. Even so, we cannot hope to come to Gondor's aid today. Merry waited to hear no more, but slipped away to get ready for the summons to the march. This was the last stage before the battle. It did not seem likely to him that many of them would survive it. But he thought of Pippin and the flames in Minas Tirith, and thrust down his own dread. All went well that day, and no sight or sound had they of the enemy waiting to waylay them. The wild men had put out a screen of wary hunters, so that no orc or roving spy should learn of the movements in the hills. The light was more dim than ever as they drew nearer to the beleaguered city, and the riders passed in long files like dark shadows of men and horses. Each company was guided by a wild woodman, but old Gon walked beside the king. The start had been slower than was hoped, for it had taken time for the riders, walking and leading their horses, to find paths over the thickly wooded ridges behind their camp and down into the Stone Wain Valley. It was late in the afternoon when the leaders came to wide gray thickets stretching beyond the eastward side of Emondin and masking a great gap in the line of hills that from Nardal to Din ran east and west. Through the gap, the forgotten Wain road long ago had run down back into the main horseway from the city through Anorian. But now, for many lives of men, trees had had their way with it, and it had vanished, broken and buried under the leaves of uncounted years. But the thickets offered to the riders their last hope of cover before they went into open battle, for beyond them lay the road and the plains of Anduin, while east and southwards the slopes were bare and rocky, as the writhen hills gathered themselves together and climbed up, bastion upon bastion, into the great mass and shoulders of Mindoluin. The leading company was halted, and as those behind filed up out of the trough of the Stone Wain Valley, they spread out and passed to camping places under the gray trees. The king summoned the captains to council. Eomer sent out scouts to spy upon the road, but old Gon shook his head. "No good to send horsemen," he said. "Wild men have already seen all that can be seen in the bad air. They will come soon and speak to me here." The captains came, and then out of the trees crept warily other pukal shapes, so like old Gon that Mary could hardly tell them apart. They spoke to Gon in a strange, throaty language. Presently, Gon turned to the king. "Wild men say many things," he said. "First, be wary. Still many men in camp beyond Din. An hour's walk yonder." He waved his arm west towards the black beacon. "But none to see between here and Stone Folk's new walls. Many busy there. Walls stand up no longer. Gorgon knock them down with earth thunder, and with clubs of black iron. They are unwary and do not look about them. They think their friends watch all roads." At that, old Gon made a curious gurgling noise, and it seemed that he was laughing. "Good tidings," cried Eomer. "Even in this gloom, hope gleams again. Our enemy's devices oft serve us in his despite. The accursed darkness itself has been a cloak to us, and now, lusting to destroy Gondor and throw it down stone from stone, his orcs have taken away my greatest fear. The outwall could have been held long against us. Now we can sweep through, if once we win so far." "Once again I thank you, Gon Burigon of the woods," said Theoden. "Good fortune go with you for tidings and for guidance." "Kill Gorgon! Kill orc folk! No other words, please, wild men," answered Gon. "Drive away bad air, and darkness with bright iron. To do these things we have ridden far, said the king, and we shall attempt them, but what we shall achieve, only tomorrow will show. Gon squatted down and touched the earth with his horny brow in token of farewell. Then he got up as if to depart. But suddenly he stood looking up like some startled woodland animal, snuffling a strange air. A light came in his eyes. "Wind is changing," he cried, and with that, in a twinkling as it seemed, he and his fellows had vanished into the glooms, never to be seen by any rider of Rohan again. Not long after, far away eastward, the faint drums throbbed again. Yet to no heart in all the host came any fear that the wild men were unfaithful, strange and unlovely though they might appear. "We need no further guidance," said Elfhelm, "for there are riders in the host who have ridden down to Mundburg in days of peace. I, for one. When we come to the road, it will veer south, and there will lie before us still 7 leagues ere we reach the wall of the townlands. Along most of that way, there is much grass on either side of the road. On that stretch, the errand riders of Gondor reckoned to make their greatest speed. We may ride swiftly and without great rumor. Then, since we must look for fell deeds and the need of all our strength," said Eomer, "I counsel that we rest now and set out hence by night, and so time our going that we may come upon the fields when tomorrow is as light as it will be, or when our Lord gives the signal." To this the king assented, and the captains departed. But soon Elfhelm returned. "The scouts have found naught to report beyond the grey wood, lord," he said, "save 2 men only, 2 dead men and 2 dead horses." "Well," said Eomer, "what of it?" "This, lord. They were errand riders of Gondor. Hirgon was one, maybe. At least his hand still clasped the red arrow, but his head was hewn off. And this also. It would seem by the signs that they were fleeing westward when they fell. As I read it, they found the enemy already on the outwall, or assailing it, when they returned. And that would be 2 nights ago, if they used fresh horses from the posts, as is their wont. They could not reach the city, and turned back." "Alas," said Theoden, "the denethor has heard no news of our riding, and will despair of our coming." "Need brooks no delay, yet late is better than never," said Eomer, "and mayhap in this time shall the old saw be proved truer than ever before since men spoke with mouth." It was night. On either side of the road, the host of Rohan was moving silently. Now the road passing about the skirts of Mindoluin turned southward. Far away and almost straight ahead, there was a red glow under the black sky, and the sides of the great mountain loomed dark against it. They were drawing near the Ramas of the Pelenor, but the day was not yet come. The king rode in the midst of the leading company, his household men about him. Elfhelm's Eored came next, and now Merry noticed that Durnhelm had left his place and in the darkness was moving steadily forward, until at last he was riding just in rear of the king's guard. There came a check. Merry heard voices in front speaking softly. Outriders had come back, who had ventured forward almost to the wall. They came to the king. "There are great fires, lord," said one. "The city is all set about with flame, and the field is full of foes, but all seem drawn off to the assault. As well as we could guess, there are few left upon the outwall, and they are heedless, busy in destruction. Do you remember the wild man's words, Lord? Said another. I live upon the open wold in days of peace. Widfara is my name. And to me also the air brings messages. Already the wind is turning. There comes a breath out of the south. There is a sea tang in it, faint though it be. The morning will bring new things. Above the reek it will be dawn when you pass the wall. If you speak truly, Widfara, then may you live beyond this day in years of blessedness, said Theoden. He turned to the men of his household who were near, and he spoke now in a clear voice, so that many also of the riders of the first Eored heard him. Now is the hour come, riders of the mark, sons of Eorl. Foes and fire are before you, and your homes far behind. Yet, though you fight upon an alien field, the glory that you reap there shall be your own forever. Oaths ye have taken, now fulfill them all to lord and land and league of friendship. Men clashed spear upon shield. Eomer, my son, you lead the first Eored, said Theoden, and it shall go behind the king's banner in the center. Elfhelm, lead your company to the right when we pass the wall, and Grimbold shall lead his towards the left. Let the companies behind follow these three that lead, as they have chance. Strike wherever the enemy gathers. Other plans we cannot make. For we know not yet how things stand upon the field. Forth now, and fear no darkness. The leading company rode off as swiftly as they could, for it was still deep dark, whatever change Widfara might forebode. Merry was riding behind Dernhelm, clutching with the left hand, while with the other he tried to loosen his sword in its sheath. He felt now, bitterly, the truth of the old king's words. In such a battle, what would you do, Meriadoc? Just this, he thought, encumber a rider and hope at best to stay in my seat and not be pounded to death by galloping hoofs. It was no more than a league to where the outwalls had stood. They soon reached them, too soon for Merry. Wild cries broke out, and there was some clash of arms, but it was brief. The orcs busy about the walls were few and amazed, and they were quickly slain or driven off. Before the ruin of the north gate in the Ramas, the king halted again. The first Eored drew up behind him and about him on either side. Dernhelm kept close to the king, though Elfhelm's company was away on the right. Grimbold's men turned aside and passed round to a great gap in the wall further eastward. Merry peered from behind Dernhelm's back. Far away, maybe 10 miles or more, there was a great burning, but between it and the riders, lines of fire blazed in a vast crescent, at the nearest point, less than a league distant. He could make out little more on the dark plain, and as yet he neither saw any hope of morning, nor felt any wind, changed or unchanged. Now silently the host of Rohan moved forward into the field of Gondor, pouring in slowly but steadily, like the rising tide through breaches in a dike that men have thought secure. But the mind and will of the black captain were bent wholly on the falling city. And as yet no tidings came to him, warning that his designs held any flaw. After a while the king led his men away somewhat eastward, to come between the fires of the siege and the outer fields. Still they were unchallenged, and still Theoden gave no signal. At last he halted once again. The city was now nearer. A smell of burning was in the air, and a very shadow of death. The horses were uneasy. But the king sat upon Snowmane, motionless, gazing upon the agony of Minas Tirith, as if stricken suddenly by anguish or by dread. He seemed to shrink down, cowed by age. Merry himself felt as if a great weight of horror and doubt had settled on him. His heart beat slowly. Time seemed poised in uncertainty. They were too late. Too late was worse than never. Perhaps Theoden would quail, bow his old head, turn, slink away to hide in the hills. Then suddenly, Merry felt it at last, beyond doubt. A change. Wind was in his face. Light was glimmering far, far away. In the south, the clouds could be dimly seen as remote gray shapes, rolling up, drifting. Morning lay beyond them. But at that same moment, there was a flash, as if lightning had sprung from the earth beneath the city. For a searing second, it stood dazzling far off in black and white, its topmost tower like a glittering needle. And then, as the darkness closed again, there came rolling over the fields a great boom. At that sound, the bent shape of the king sprang suddenly erect. Tall and proud he seemed again, and rising in his stirrups, he cried in a loud voice, more clear than there had ever heard a mortal man, more clear than any there had ever heard a mortal man achieve before. Arise, arise, riders of Theoden! Fell deeds awake, fire and slaughter. Spear shall be broken, spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride now, ride to Gondor! With that, he seized a great horn from Guthlaf, his banner-bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder, and straightway all the horns in the host were lifted up in music, and the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like a storm upon the plain and a thunder in the mountains. Ride now, ride now, ride to Gondor! Suddenly the king cried to Snowmane, and the horse sprang away. Behind him, his banner blew in the wind, white horse upon a field of green. But he outpaced it. After him thundered the knights of his house, but he was ever before them. Eomer rode there, the white horse tail on his helm, floating in his speed, and the front of the first Eored roared like a breaker foaming to the shore. But Theoden could not be overtaken. Fey he seemed, or the battle fury of his fathers ran like new fire in his veins. And he was borne up on Snowmane like a god of old, even as Orome the Great in the battle of the Valar when the world was young. His golden shield was uncovered, and lo, it shone like an image of the sun, and the grass flamed into green about the white feet of his steed. For morning came, morning and a wind from the sea, and darkness was removed, and the hosts of Mordor wailed, and terror took them, and they fled, and died, and the hoofs of wrath rode over them. And then all the host of Rohan burst into song, and they sang as they slew, for the joy of battle was on them, and the sound of their singing that was fair and terrible came even to the city. That's the end of chapter 5. We will continue straight away without interruption. Well, actually, I think we do need to have a very brief moment, because we're going to reset the title of the next chapter, The Battle of the Pelenor Fields. We'll be right back in barely 1 or 2 moments, my friends. Goodness gracious. All kinds of action, thrilling, visceral action, about to happen now in our next chapter of The Lord of the Rings. Thank you for joining us again, all you gentle hobbits out there. This is The Return of the King, Book 5, Chapter 6, The Battle of the Pelenor Fields. But it was no orc chieftain or brigand that led the assault upon Gondor. The darkness was breaking too soon before the date that his master had set for it. Fortune had betrayed him for the moment, and the world had turned against him. Victory was slipping from his grasp, even as he stretched out his hand to seize it. But his arm was long. He was still in command, wielding great powers. King, Ring-Wraith, Lord of the Nazgul. He had many weapons. He left the gate and vanished. Theoden, king of the Mark, had reached the road from the gate to the river, and he turned towards the city that was now less than a mile distant. He slackened his speed a little, seeking new foes, and his knights came about him, and Durnhelm was with them. Ahead, nearer the walls, Elfhelm's men were among the siege engines, hewing, slaying, driving their foes into the fire pits. Well nigh all the northern half of the Pelenor was overrun, and there camps were blazing, orcs were flying towards the river like herds before the hunters, and the rohirrim went hither and thither at their will. But they had not yet overthrown the siege, nor won the gate. Many foes stood before it, and on the further half of the plain were other hosts still unfought. Southward beyond the road lay the main force of the Haradrim, and there the horsemen were gathered about the standard of their chieftain. And there their horsemen were gathered about the standard of their chieftain. And he looked out, and in the growing light he saw the banner of the king, and that it was far ahead of the battle with few men about it. Then he was filled with a red wrath, and shouted aloud, and displaying his standard, black serpent upon scarlet, he came against the white horse and the green with a great press of men, and the drawing of the scimitars of the Southrons was like a glitter of stars. Then Theoden was aware of him, and would not wait for his onset, but crying to Snowmane, he charged headlong to greet him. Great was the clash of their meeting, but the white fury of the Northmen burned the hotter, and more skilled was their knighthood with long spears and bitter. Fewer were they, but they clove through the Southrons like a firebolt in a forest. Right through the press drove Theoden, Thingol's son, and his spear was shivered as he threw down their chieftain. Out swept his sword, and he spurred to the standard, hewed staff and bearer, and the black serpent foundered. Then all that was left unslain of their cavalry turned and fled far away. But lo, suddenly in the midst of the glory of the king, his golden shield was dimmed. The new morning was blotted from the sky. Dark fell about him. Horses reared and screamed. Men cast from the saddle lay groveling on the ground. To me, cried Theoden. Up, Eorlingas! Fear no darkness! But Snowmane, wild with terror, stood up on high, fighting with the air, and then with a great scream, he crashed upon his side. A black dart had pierced him. The king fell beneath him. The great shadow descended like a falling cloud, and behold, it was a winged creature. If bird, then greater than all other birds, and it was naked, and neither quill nor feather did it bear, and its vast pinions were as webs of hide between horned fingers, and it stank. A creature of an older world, maybe it was, whose kind, lingering in forgotten mountains, cold beneath the moon, outstayed their day. And in hideous eyrie bred this last untimely brood, apt to evil, and the dark lord took it and nursed it with fell meats, until it grew beyond the measure of all other things that fly. He gave it to his servant to be his steed. Down, down it came, and then, folding its fingered webs, it gave a croaking cry, and settled upon the body of Snowmane, digging in its claws, stooping its long, naked neck. Upon it sat a shape, black-mantled, huge and threatening. A crown of steel he bore, but between rim and robe naught was there to see, save only a deadly gleam of eyes, the lord of the Nazgul. To the air he had returned, summoning his steed ere the darkness failed, and now he was come again, bringing ruin, turning hope to despair, and victory to death. A great black mace he wielded. But Theoden was not utterly forsaken. The knights of his house lay slain about him, or else mastered by the madness of their steeds were borne away. Yet one stood there still, Durnhelm the young, faithful beyond fear, and he wept, for he had loved his lord as a father. Right through the charge Merry had been borne unharmed behind him, until the shadow came, and then Windfola had thrown them in his terror, and now ran wild upon the plain. Merry crawled on all fours like a dazed beast, and such a horror was on him that he was blind and sick. "Kingsman! Kingsman!" his heart cried within him. "You must stay by him. As a father you shall be to me, you said." But his will made no answer, and his body shook. He dared not open his eyes or look up. Then out of the blackness in his mind, he thought that he heard Durnhelm speaking, yet now the voice seemed strange, recalling some other voice that he had known. "Begone, foul Dwimmerlake, lord of Carrion! Leave the dead in peace!" A cold voice answered, "Come not between the Nazgul and his prey, or he will not slay thee in thy turn. He will bear thee away to the houses of lamentation, beyond all darkness, where thy flesh shall be devoured, and thy shriveled mind be left naked to the lidless eye." A sword rang as it was drawn. "Do what you will, but I will hinder it if I may." "Hinder me? Thou fool! No living man may hinder me." Then Merry heard of all sounds in that hour the strangest. It seemed that Durnhelm laughed, and the clear voice was like the ring of steel. "But no living man am I. You look upon a woman. Eowyn I am, Eomund's daughter. You stand between me and my lord and kin. Begone if you be not deathless. For living or dark undead, I will smite you if you touch him." The winged creature screamed at her, but the ringwraith made no answer and was silent, as if in sudden doubt. Very amazement for a moment conquered Merry's fear. He opened his eyes, and the blackness was lifted from them. There, some paces from him, sat the great beast, and all seemed dark about it, and above it loomed the Nazgul lord, like a shadow of despair. A little to the left, facing them, stood she whom he had called Durnhelm, But the helm of her secrecy had fallen from her, and her bright hair, released from its bonds, gleamed with pale gold upon her shoulders. Her eyes, gray as the sea, were hard and fell, and yet tears were on her cheek. A sword was in her hand, and she raised her shield against the horror of her enemy's eyes. Eowyn it was, and Durnhelm also, for in Merry's mind flashed the memory of the face that he saw at the riding from Dunharrow, the face of one that goes seeking death, having no hope. Pity filled his heart, and great wonder, and suddenly the slow-kindled courage of his race awoke. He clenched his hand. She could not die, so fair, so desperate. At least she could not die alone, unaided. The face of their enemy was not turned towards him, but still he dared hardly to move, dreading lest the deadly eyes should fall on him. Slowly, he began to crawl aside, but the black captain, in doubt and malice, intent upon the woman before him, heeded him no more than a worm in the mud. Suddenly the great beast beat its hideous wings, and the wind of them was foul. Again it leaped into the air, and then swiftly fell down upon Eowyn, shrieking, striking with beak and claw. Still, she did not blench, maiden of the rohirrim, child of kings, slender but as a steel blade, fair yet terrible. A swift stroke she dealt, skilled and deadly. The outstretched neck she clove asunder, and the hewn head fell like a stone. Backward she sprang, as the huge shape crashed to ruin. Vast wings outspread, crumpled on the earth, and with its fall the shadow passed away. A light fell about her, and her hair shone in the sunrise. Out of the wreck rose the black rider, tall and threatening, towering above her. With a cry of hatred that stung the very ears like venom, he let fall his mace. Her shield was shivered in many pieces, and her arm was broken. She stumbled to her knees. He bent over her like a cloud, and his eyes glittered. He raised his mace to kill. But suddenly, he too stumbled forward with a cry of bitter pain, and his stroke went wide, driving into the ground. Merry's sword had stabbed him from behind, shearing through the black mantle, and passing up beneath the hauberk, had pierced the sinew behind his mighty knee. "Eowyn! Eowyn!" cried Merry. Then, tottering, struggling up, with her last strength, she drove her sword between crown and mantle, as the great shoulders bowed before her. The sword broke, sparkling into many shards. The crown rolled away with a clang. Eowyn fell forward upon her fallen foe, but lo, the mantle and the hauberk were empty. Shapeless they lay now on the ground, torn and tumbled, and a cry went up into the shuddering air, and faded to a shrill wailing, passing with the wind, a voice bodiless and thin, that died and was swallowed up, and was never heard again in that age of this world. And there stood Meriadoc the hobbit in the midst of the slain, blinking like an owl in the daylight, for tears blinded him, and through a mist he looked on Eowyn's fair head, as she lay and did not move, and he looked on the face of the king, fallen in the midst of his own glory. For Snowmane, in his agony, had rolled away from him again, yet he was the bane of his master. Then Merry stooped and lifted his hand to kiss it, and lo, Theoden opened his eyes, and they were clear. and he spoke in a quiet voice, though labored. "Farewell, Master Halbitla," he said. "My body is broken. I go to my fathers, and even in their mighty company, I shall not now be ashamed. I felled the black serpent, a grim morn and a glad day, and a golden sunset." Mary could not speak, but wept anew. "Forgive me, Lord," he said at last, "if I broke your command, and yet have done no more in your service than to weep at our parting." The old king smiled. "Grieve not, it is forgiven. Great heart will not be denied. Live now in blessedness, and when you sit in peace with your pipe, think of me. For never now shall I sit with you in Meduseld, as I promised, or listen to your herb lore." He closed his eyes, and Mary bowed beside him. Presently he spoke again. "Where is Eomer? For my eyes darken, and I would see him ere I go. He must be king after me, and I would send word to Eowyn. She would not have me leave her, and now I shall not see her again. Dearer than daughter." "Lord? Lord?" began Mary brokenly. "She is—" But at that moment there was a great clamor, and all about them horns and trumpets were blowing. Mary looked around. He had forgotten the war and all the world beside, and many hours it seemed since the king rode to his fall, though in truth it was only a little while. But now he saw that they were in danger of being caught in the very midst of the great battle that would soon be joined. New forces of the enemy were hastening up the road from the river, and from under the walls came the legions of Morgul. And from the southward fields came footmen of Harad, with horsemen before them. And behind them rose the huge backs of the Mumakil, with war towers upon them. But northward the white crest of Eomer led the great front of the rohirrim, which he had again gathered and marshalled. And out of the city came all the strength of men that was in it, and the silver swan of Dol Amroth was borne in the van, driving the enemy from the gate. For a moment the thought flitted through Mary's mind. Where is Gandalf? Where is he not here? Could he not have saved the king and Eowyn? But thereupon Eomer rode up in haste, and with him came the knights of the household that still lived and had now mastered their horses. They looked in wonder at the carcass of the fell beast that lay there, and their steeds would not go near. But Eomer leapt from the saddle, and grief and dismay fell upon him as he came to the king's side and stood there in silence. Then one of the knights took the king's banner from the hand of Guthlaf, the banner-bearer who lay dead, and he lifted it up. Slowly, Theoden opened his eyes. Seeing the banner, he made a sign that it should be given to Eomer. "Hail, King of the Mark," he said. "Ride now to victory. Bid Eowyn farewell." And so he died, and knew not that Eowyn lay near him. And those who stood by wept, crying, "Theoden King! Theoden King!" But Eomer said to them, "Mourn not overmuch. Mighty was the fallen, meet was his ending. When his mound is raised, women then shall weep. War now calls us." Yet he himself wept as he spoke. "Let his knights remain here," he said, "and bury his body in honor, and bear his body in honor from the field, lest the battle ride over it. Yea, and all these other of the king's men that lie here." And he looked at the slain, recalling their names. Then suddenly, he beheld his sister, Eowyn, as she lay, and he knew her. He stood a moment as a man who is pierced in the midst of a cry by an arrow through the heart. And then his face went deathly white, and a cold fury rose in him, so that all speech failed him for a while. A fey mood took him. "Eowyn, Eowyn," he cried at last. "Eowyn, how came you here? What madness or devilry is this? Death! 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 Death take us all!" Then, without taking counsel or waiting for the approach of the men of the city, he spurred headlong back to the front of the great host and blew a horn and cried aloud for the onset. Over the field rang his clear voice, calling, "Death! Ride! Ride to ruin and the world's ending!" And with that, the host began to move, but the rohirrim sang no more. "Death!" they cried with one voice, loud and terrible. And gathering speed like a great tide, their battle swept about their fallen king and passed, roaring away southwards. And still, Meriadoc the Hobbit stood there blinking through his tears, and no one spoke to him. Indeed, none seemed to heed him. He brushed away the tears and stooped to pick up the green shield that Eowyn had given him, and he slung it at his back. And then he looked for his sword that he had let fall, for even as he struck his blow, his arm was numbed, and now he could only use his left hand. And behold, there lay his weapon, but the blade was smoking like a dry branch that had been thrust in a fire. And as he watched it, it writhed and withered and was consumed. So passed the sword of the Barrow Downs, work of Westernesse. But glad would he have been to know its fate was wrought. But glad would he have been to know its fate, who wrought it slowly long ago in the North Kingdom when the Dunedain were young, and chief among their foes was the dread realm of Angmar and its sorcerer king. No other blade, not though mightier hands had wielded it, would have dealt that foe a wound so bitter. No other blade, not though mightier hands had wielded it, would have dealt that foe a wound so bitter, cleaving the undead flesh, breaking the spell that knit his unseen sinews to his will. Men now raised the king, and laying cloaks upon spear truncheons, they made shift to bear him away towards the city, and others lifted Eowyn gently up and bore her after him. But the men of the king's household they could not yet bring from the field, for 7 of the king's knights had fallen there, and Deorwine, their chief, was among them. So they laid them apart from their foes and the fell beast, and set spears about them. And afterwards, when all was over, men returned and made a fire there, and burned the carcass of the beast. But for Snowmane they dug a grave and set up a stone, upon which was carved in the tongues of Gondor and the mark, faithful servant, yet master's bane, Lightfoot's foal, swift Snowmane. Green and long grew the grass on Snowmane's howe, but ever black and bare was the ground where the beast was burned. Now slowly and sadly Merry walked beside the bearers, and he gave no more heed to the battle. He was weary and full of pain, and his limbs trembled as with a chill. A great rain came out of the sea, and it seemed that all things wept for Theoden and Eowyn, quenching the fires in the city with grey tears. It was through a mist that presently he saw the van of the men of Gondor approaching. Imrahil, prince of Dol Amroth, rode up and drew rein before them. "What burden do you bear, men of Rohan?" he cried. "Theoden king," they answered, "he is dead. But Eomer king now rides in the battle, he with the white crest in the wind." Then the prince went from his horse and knelt by the bier in honor of the king and his great onset, and he wept. And rising, he looked then on Eowyn and was amazed. "Surely, here is a woman?" he said. "Have even the women of the rohirrim come to war in our need?" "Nay, one only," they answered. "The Lady Eowyn is she, sister of Eomer, and we knew naught of her riding until this hour, and greatly we rue it." Then the prince, seeing her beauty, though her face was pale and cold, touched her hand as he bent to look more closely on her. "Men of Rohan! Men of Rohan!" he cried. "Are there no leeches among you? She is hurt, to the death maybe, but I deem that she yet lives." And he held the bright burnished vambrace that was upon his arm before her cold lips, and behold, a little mist was laid on it, hardly to be seen. "Haste now is needed," he said, but he sent one riding back swiftly to the city to bring aid. But he, bowing low to the fallen, bade them farewell, and mounting, rode away into battle. And now the fighting waxed furious on the fields of the Pelenor, and the din of arms rose upon high, with the crying of men and the neighing of horses. Horns were blown, and trumpets were braying, and the Mumakil were bellowing as they were goaded to war. Under the south walls of the city, the footmen of Gondor now drove against the legions of Morgul that were still gathered there in strength. But the horsemen rode eastward to the succour of Eomer, Hurin the Tall, warden of the keys and the lord of Lasarnach, and Hirluin of the Green Hills, and Prince Imrahil the Fair, with his knights all about him. Not too soon came their aid to the rohirrim, for fortune had turned against Eomer, and his fury had betrayed him. The great wrath of his onset had utterly overthrown the front of his enemies, and great wedges of his riders had passed clear through the ranks of the Southrons, discomfiting their horsemen and riding their footmen to ruin. But wherever the Mumakil came, there the horses would not go, but blenched and swerved away, and the great monsters were unfought and stood like towers of defense, and the Haradrim rallied about them. And if the rohirrim at their onset were thrice outnumbered by the Haradrim alone, soon their case became worse. For new strength came now streaming to the field out of Osgiliath. There they had been mustered for the sack of the city and the rape of Gondor, waiting on the call of their captain. He now was destroyed, but Gothmog, the lieutenant of Morgul, had flung them into the fray. Easterlings with axes, and Variags of Khand, Southrons in scarlet, and out of far Harad, black men like half-trolls with white eyes and red tongues. Some now hastened up behind the rohirrim, others held westward to hold off the forces of Gondor and prevent their joining with Rohan. It was even as the day thus began to turn against Gondor, and their hope wavered, that a new cry went up in the city, it being then mid-morning, and a great wind blowing, and the rain flying north, and the sun shining. In that clear air, watchmen on the walls saw afar a new sight of fear, and their last hope left them. For Anduin, From the bend at the Harland, so flowed that from the city men could look down it lengthwise for some leagues, and the far-sighted could see any ships that approached. And looking thither, they cried in dismay, for black against the glittering stream they beheld a fleet borne up on the wind, dromons, and ships of great draught with many oars, and with black sails bellying in the breeze. "The corsairs of Umbar!" men shouted. "The corsairs of Umbar! Look! The corsairs of Umbar are coming! So Belfalas is taken, and Ithir and Lebanon is gone. The corsairs are upon us! It is the last stroke of doom!" And some, without order, for none could be found to command them in the city, ran to the bells and tolled the alarm, and some blew the trumpet sounding the retreat. "Back to the walls!" they cried. "Back to the walls! Come back to the city before all are overwhelmed!" But the wind that sped the ships blew all their clamor away. The rohirrim indeed had no need of news or alarm. All too well they could see for themselves the black sails. For Eomer was now scarcely a mile from the Harland, and a great press of his first foes was between him and the haven there, while new foes came swirling behind, cutting him off from the prince. Now he looked to the river, and hope died in his heart, and the wind that he had blessed he now called accursed. But the hosts of Mordor were enheartened, and filled with a new lust and fury they came yelling to the onset. Stern now was Eomer's mood, and his mind clear again. He let blow the horns to rally all men to his banner that could come thither, for he thought to make a great shield wall at the last, and to stand and fight there on foot till all fell, and do deeds of song on the fields of Pelenor, though no man should be left in the west to remember the last king of the mark. So he rode to a green hillock, and there set his banner, and the white horse ran rippling in the wind. Out of doubt, out of dark, to the day's rising, I came singing in the sun, sword unsheathing. To hope's end I rode, and to heart's breaking. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and a red nightfall. These staves he spoke, yet he laughed as he said them, for once more lust of battle was on him, and he was still unscathed, and he was young, and he was king, the lord of a fell people. And lo, even as he laughed at despair, he looked out again on the black ships, and he lifted up his sword to defy them. And then wonder took him, and a great joy, and he cast his sword up in the sunlight, and sang as he caught it. And all eyes followed his gaze, and behold, upon the foremost ship a great standard broke, and the wind displayed it as she turned towards the Harland. There flowered a white tree, and that was for Gondor, but 7 stars were about it, and a high crown above it, the signs of Elendil, that no lord had borne for years beyond count. And the stars flamed in the sunlight, for they were wrought of gems by Arwen, daughter of Elrond. And the crown was bright in the morning, for it was wrought of mithril and gold. Thus came Aragorn, the son of Arathorn, Elisar, Isildur's heir, out of the paths of the dead, borne upon a wind from the sea to the kingdom of Gondor. And the mirth of the rohirrim was a torrent of laughter and a flashing of swords, and the joy and wonder of the city was a music of trumpets and a ringing of bells. But the hosts of Mordor were seized with bewilderment, and a great wizardry it seemed to them that their own ships should be filled with their foes, and a black dread fell on them, and knowing that the tides of fate had turned against them and their doom was at hand. East rode the knights of Dol Amroth, driving the enemy before them, troll men and variags and orcs that hated the sunlight. South strode Eomer, and men fled before his face, and they were caught between the hammer and the anvil. For now men leapt from the ships to the quays of the Harlond, and swept north like a storm. There came Legolas, and Gimli wielding his axe, and Halbarad with the standard, and Eladan and El Rohir with stars on their brow, and the dour-handed Dunedain, rangers of the north, leading a great valor of the folk of Lebanon and Lamedon, and the fiefs of the south. And before all went Aragorn with the flame of the west, Anduril like a new fire kindled, Narsil reforged as deadly as of old, and upon his brow was the star of Elendil. And so at length Eomer and Aragorn met in the midst of the battle, and they leaned on their swords and looked on one another, and were glad. Thus we meet again, though all the hosts of Mordor lay between us. Said Aragorn, did I not say so at the Hornburg? So you spoke, said Eomer, but hope oft deceives, and I knew not then that you are a man foresighted. Yet twice blessed is help unlooked for, and never was a meeting of friends more joyful. And they clasped hand in hand. Nor indeed more timely, said Eomer. You come none too soon, my friend. Much loss and sorrow has befallen us. Then let us avenge it ere we speak of it, said Aragorn, and they rode back to battle together. Hard fighting and long labor they had still, for the Southrons were bold men, and grim, and fierce in despair, and the Easterlings were strong and war-hardened, and asked for no quarter. And so, in this place and that, by burned homestead or barn, upon hillock or mound, under wall or on field, still they gathered and rallied and fought until the day wore away. Then the sun went at last behind Mindoluin, and filled all the sky with a great burning, so that the hills and the mountains were dyed as with blood. Fire glowed in the river, and the grass of the pelenor lay red in the nightfall. And in that hour the great battle of the field of Gondor was over, and not one living foe was left within the circuit of the Rammas. All were slain, save those who fled to die, or to drown in the red foam of the river. Few ever came eastward to Morgul or Mordor, and to the land of the Haradrim came only a tale from far off, a rumor of the wrath and terror of Gondor. Aragorn and Eomer and Imrahil rode back towards the gate of the city, and they were now weary beyond joy or sorrow. These three were unscathed, for such was their fortune and the skill and might of their arms, and few indeed had dared to abide them or look on their faces in the hour of their wrath. But many others were hurt, or maimed, or dead upon the field. The axes hewed Forlong as he fought alone and unhorsed, and both Duilain of Morthond and his brother were trampled to death when they assailed the Mumakil, leading their bowmen close to shoot at the eyes of the monsters. Neither Hirluin the fair would return to Pinath Gillen, nor Grimbold to Grimslade, nor Halbarad to the Northlands, dour-handed ranger. No few had fallen, renowned or nameless, captain or soldier, For it was a great battle, and the full count of it no tale has told. So long afterward, a maker in Rohan said in his song of the mounds of Mundburg, "We heard of the horns in the hills ringing, the swords shining in the south kingdom. Steeds went striding to the stoning land, as wind in the morning. War was kindled. There Theoden fell, Thingling mighty, to his golden halls and green pastures, in the northern fields never returning. High lord of the host, Harding and Guthlaf, Dunhair and Deorwine, Doughty Grimbold, Herfara and Herobrand, Horn and Fastred, fought and fell there in a far country. In the mounds of Mundburg under mould they lie, with their league fellows, lords of Gondor. Neither hear Lewin the fair to the hills by the sea, nor Forlong the old to the flowering vales, ever to Arnach, to his own country returned in triumph, nor the tall bowmen, Derufin and Duilin, to their dark waters, meres of Morthond, under the mountain shadows. Death in the morning, and at day's ending, lords took and lowly. Long now they sleep under grass in Gondor by the great river, grey now as tears, gleaming silver, red then it rolled, roaring water, foam dyed with blood, flamed at sunset, as beacons mountains burned at evening. Red fell the dew in Ramas Echor. That is the end of Chapter 6, The Battle of the Pelenor Fields. We will return, ladies and gentlemen, in a moment with our ongoing Tolkien Readathon. You're watching right here on Shop XSN. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our ongoing Tolkien readathon. I got a little emotional in the last chapter. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. This is The Return of the King, Book 5, Chapter 7, The Pyre of Denethor. When the dark shadow at the gate withdrew, Gandalf still sat motionless, but Pippin rose to his feet as if a great weight had been lifted from him, and he stood listening to the horns, and it seemed to him that they would break his heart with joy. And never in after years could he hear a horn blown in the distance without tears starting in his eyes. But now suddenly his errand returned to his memory, and he ran forward. At that moment, Gandalf stirred and spoke to Shadowfax, and was about to ride through the gate. "Gandalf! Gandalf!" cried Pippin, and Shadowfax halted. "What are you doing here?" said Gandalf. "Is it not a law in the city that those who wear the black and silver must stay in the citadel unless their lord gives them leave?" "He has," said Pippin. "He sent me away, but I'm frightened. Something terrible may happen up there. The Lord is out of his mind, I think. I'm afraid he will kill himself. And kill Faramir, too. Can't you do something?" Gandalf looked through the gaping gate, and already on the fields he heard the gathering sound of battle. He clenched his hand. "I must go," he said. "The Black Rider is abroad, and he will yet bring ruin on us. I have no time." "But Faramir," cried Pippin, "he's not dead, and they will burn him alive if someone does not stop them." "Burn him alive?" said Gandalf. "What is this tale? Be quick!" "Denethor has gone to the tombs," said Pippin, "and he has taken Faramir, and he says we are all to burn, and he will not wait, and they are to make a pyre and burn him on it, and Faramir as well. And he has sent men to fetch wood and oil, and I have told Beregond, but I'm afraid he won't dare to leave his post. He is on guard. And what can he do anyway?" So Pippin poured out his tale, reaching up and touching Gandalf's knee with trembling hands. "Can't you save Faramir?" "Maybe I can," said Gandalf, "but if I do, then others will die, I fear. Well, I must come since no other help can reach him. But evil and sorrow will come of this. Even in the heart of our stronghold, the enemy has power to strike us, for his will it is that is at work." Then, having made up his mind, he acted swiftly, and catching up Pippin and setting him before him, he turned Shadowfax with a word. Up the climbing streets of Minas Tirith they clattered, while the noise of war rose behind them. Everywhere men were rising from their despair and dread, seizing their weapons, crying one to another, "Rohan has come!" Captains were shouting, companies were mustering, many already were marching down to the gate. They meet the Prince Imrahil. They met the Prince Imrahil, and he called to them, "Whither now, Mithrandir? The rohirrim are fighting on the fields of Gondor. We must gather all strength that we can find." "You will need every man and more," said Gandalf. "Make all haste. I will come when I can, but I have an errand to the Lord Denethor that will not wait. Take command in the Lord's absence." They passed on, and as they climbed and drew near to the citadel, they felt the wind blowing in their faces, and they caught the glimmer of morning far away, a light growing in the southern sky. But it brought little hope to them, not knowing what evil lay before them, fearing to come too late. "Darkness is passing," said Gandalf, "but it still lies heavy on the city." At the gate of the citadel they found no guard. "Then Beregond has gone." "Then Beregond has gone," said Pippin more hopefully. They turned away and hastened along the road to the closed door. It stood wide open, and the porter lay before it. He was slain, and his key had been taken. "Work of the enemy," said Gandalf. "Such deeds he loves, friend at war with friend, loyalty divided in confusion of hearts." Now he dismounted and bade Shadowfax return to his stable. "For my friend," he said, "you and I should have ridden to the fields long ago, but other matters delay me. Yet come swiftly if I call." They passed the door and walked on down the steep winding road. Light was growing, and the tall columns and carven figures beside the way went slowly by like gray ghosts. Suddenly the silence was broken, and they heard below them cries and the ringing of swords, such sounds as had not been heard in the hallowed places since the building of the city. At last they came to Rath Dinen and hastened towards the house of the stewards, looming in the twilight under its great dome. "Stay, stay!" cried Gandalf, springing forward to the stone stair before the door. "Stay this madness!" For there were the servants of Denethor with swords and torches in their hands, but alone, in the porch upon the topmost step, stood Beregond, clad in the black and silver of the guard, and he held the door against them. 2 of them had already fallen to his sword, staining the hollows with their blood, and the others cursed him, calling him outlaw and traitor to his master. Even as Gandalf and Pippin ran forward, they heard from within the house of the dead the voice of Denethor crying, "Haste, haste, do as I have bidden. Slay me this renegade, or must I do so myself?" Thereupon the door, which Beregond held shut with his left hand, was wrenched open, and there behind him stood the lord of the city, tall and fell. A light like flame was in his eyes, and he held a drawn sword. But Gandalf sprang up the steps, and the men fell back from him and covered their eyes, for his coming was like the incoming of a white light into a dark place. And he came with a great anger. He lifted up his hand, and in the very stroke the sword of Denethor flew up and left his grasp and fell behind him in the shadows of the house. And Denethor stepped backward before Gandalf as one amazed. "What is this, my lord?" said the wizard. "The houses of the dead are no places for the living, and why do men fight here in the Hallows when there is war enough before the gate? Or has our enemy come even to Rath Dinen?" "Since when has the Lord of Gondor been answerable to thee?" said Denethor. "Or may I not command my own servants?" "You may," said Gandalf, "but others may contest your will when it is turned to madness and evil. Where is your son, Faramir?" "He lies within," said Denethor, "burning, already burning. They have set a fire in his flesh. But soon all shall be burned. The west has failed. It shall all go up in a great fire, and all shall be ended. Ash, ash and smoke blown away on the wind." Then Gandalf, seeing the madness that was on him, feared that he had already done some evil deed, and he thrust forward, with Beregond and Pippin behind him, while Denethor gave back until he stood beside the table within. But there they found Faramir, still dreaming in his fever, lying upon the table. Wood was piled under it, and high all about it, and all was drenched with oil, even the garments of Faramir and the coverlets, but as yet no fire had been set to the fuel. Then Gandalf revealed the strength that lay hid in him, even as the light of his power was hidden under his grey mantle. He leapt up onto the fagots, and raising the sick man lightly, he sprang down again and bore him towards the door. But as he did so, Faramir moaned and called on his father in his dream. Denethor started as one waking from a trance, and the flame died in his eyes, and he wept, and he said, "Do not take my son from me. He calls for me." "He calls," said Gandalf, "but you cannot come to him yet, for he must seek healing on the threshold of death, and maybe find it not, whereas your part is to go out to the battle of your city, where maybe death awaits you. This you know in your heart." "He will not wake again," said Denethor. "Battle is vain. Why should we wish to live longer? Why should we not go to death side by side?" "Authority is not given to you, steward of Gondor, to order the hour of your death," answered Gandalf, "and only the heathen kings, under the domination of the Dark Power, did thus, slaying themselves in pride and despair, murdering their kin to ease their own death." Then, passing through the door, he took Faramir from the deadly house, and laid him on the bier in which he had been brought, and which had now been set in the porch. Denethor followed him, and stood trembling, looking with longing on the face of his son. And for a moment, while all were silent and still, watching the Lord in his throes, he wavered. "Come," said Gandalf, "we are needed. There is much that you can yet do." Then suddenly Denethor laughed. He stood up tall and proud again, and stepping swiftly back to the table, he lifted from it the pillow on which his head had lain. Then coming to the doorway, he drew aside the covering, and lo! He had between his hands a palantir, and as he held it up, it seemed to those that looked on that the globe began to glow with an inner flame, so that the lean face of the Lord was lit as with a red fire, and it seemed cut out of hard stone, sharp, with black shadows, noble, proud, and terrible. His eyes glittered. "Pride and despair!" he cried. "Didst thou think that the eyes of the White Tower were blind? Nay, I have seen more than thou knowest, grey fool, for thy hope is but ignorance. Go then and labor in healing. Go forth and fight. Vanity! For a little space you may triumph on the field for a day, but against the power that now arises there is no victory. To this city only the first finger of its hand has yet been stretched. All the east is moving, and even now the wind of thy hope cheats thee and wafts up Anduin, fleet with black sails. The west has failed. It is time for all to depart who would not be slaves. Such counsels will make the enemy's victory certain indeed, said Gandalf. Hope on, then, laughed Denethor. Do I not know thee, Mithrandir? Thy hope is to rule in my stead, to stand behind every throne, north, south, or west. I have read thy mind and its policies. Do I not know that you commanded this halfling here to keep silence? That you brought him hither to be a spy within my very chamber? And yet in our speech together I have learned the names and purpose of all thy companions. So, with the left hand thou wouldst use me for a little while as a shield against Mordor, and with the right bring up this ranger of the north to supplant me. But I say to thee, Gandalf Mithrandir, I will not be thy tool. I am steward of the house of Anarion. I will not step down to be the dotard chamberlain of an upstart. Even were his claim proved to me, still he comes but of the line of Isildur, I will not bow to such a one, last of a ragged house, long bereft of lordship and dignity." "What then would you have," said Gandalf, "if your will could have its way?" "I would have things as they were in all the days of my life," answered Denethor, "and in the days of my long fathers before me, to be the lord of this city in peace, and leave my chair to a son after me, who would be his own master, and no wizard's pupil. But if doom denies this to me, then I will have naught, neither life diminished, nor love halved, nor honor abated." To me, it would not seem that a steward who faithfully surrenders his charge is diminished in love or in honor, said Gandalf. "And at least you shall not rob your son of his choice while his death is still in doubt." At those words, Denethor's eyes flamed again, and taking the stone under his arm, he drew a knife and strode towards the bier. But Beregond sprang forward and set himself before Faramir. "So," cried Denethor, "thou hadst already stolen half my son's love. Now thou stealest the hearts of my knights also, so that they rob me wholly of my son at the last. But in this at least thou shalt not defy my will to rule my own end." "Come hither," he cried to his servants. "Come, if you are not all recreant." Then two of them ran up the steps to him. Swiftly he snatched a torch from the hand of one and sprang back into the house. Before Gandalf could hinder him, he thrust the brand amid the fuel, and at once it crackled and roared into flame. Then Denethor leapt upon the table, and standing there, wreathed in fire and smoke, he took up the staff of his stewardship that lay at his feet, and broke it on his knee. Casting the pieces into the blaze, he bowed and laid himself on the table, clasping the palantir with both hands upon his breast. And it was said that ever after, if any man looked in that stone, unless he had a great strength of will to turn it to other purpose, he saw only two aged hands, withering in flame. Gandalf, in grief and horror, turned his face away and closed the door. For a while he stood in thought, silent upon the threshold, while those outside heard the greedy roaring of the fire within. And then Denethor gave a great cry, and afterwards spoke no more, nor was ever again seen by mortal men. "So passes Denethor, son of Ecthelion," said Gandalf. Then he turned to Beregond and the Lord's servants that stood there aghast. "And so pass also the days of Gondor that you have known. For good or evil, they are ended. Ill deeds have been done here, but let now all enmity that lies between you be put away, for it was contrived by the enemy and works his will. You have been caught in a net of warring duties that you did not weave. But think, you, servants of the Lord, blind in your obedience, that but for the treason of Beregond, Faramir, captain of the White Tower, would now also be burned. Bear away from this unhappy place your comrades who have fallen, and we will bear Faramir, steward of Gondor, to a place where he can sleep in peace, or die if that be his doom." Then Gandalf and Beregond, taking up the bier, bore it away towards the houses of healing, while behind them walked Pippin with downcast head. But the servants of the Lord stood gazing as stricken men at the house of the dead. And even as Gandalf came to the end of Rath Dinan, there was a great noise. Looking back, they saw the dome of the house crack and smokes issue forth. And then, with a rush and a rumble of stone, it fell in a flurry of fire, but still unabated The flames danced and flickered among the ruins. Then, in terror, the servants fled and followed Gandalf. At length they came back to the steward's door, and Beregond looked with grief at the porter. "This deed I shall ever rue," he said, "but a madness of haste was on me, and he would not listen, but drew sword against me. Then taking the key that he had wrested from the slain man, he closed the door and locked it. 'This should now be given to the Lord Faramir,' he said. 'The Prince of Dol Amroth is in command in the absence of the Lord,' said Gandalf. 'But since he is not here, I must take this on myself. I bid you keep the key and guard it until the city is set in order again.' Now at last they passed into the high circles of the city, and in the light of morning they went their way towards the houses of healing. And these were fair houses, set apart for the care of those who were grievously sick. But now they were prepared for the tending of men hurt in battle or dying. They stood not far from the citadel gate, in the sixth circle, nigh to its southward wall, and about them was a garden and a greensward with trees, the only such place in the city. There dwelt the few women that had been permitted to remain in Minas Tirith, since they were skilled in healing or in the service of the healers. But even as Gandalf and his companions came, carrying the bier, to the main door of the houses, they heard a great cry that went up from the field before the gate, and rising shrill and piercing into the sky, passed and died away on the wind. So terrible was the cry that for a moment all stood still, and yet, when it passed, suddenly their hearts were lifted up in such hope as they had not known since the darkness came out of the east, and it seemed to them that the light grew clear and the sun broke through the clouds. But Gandalf's face was grave and sad, and bidding Beregond and Pippin to take Faramir into the houses of healing, he went up on to the walls nearby, and there, like a figure carven in white, he stood in the new sun and looked out. And he beheld with the sight that was given to him all that had befallen. And when Eomer rode out from the forefront of his battle, and stood beside those who lay upon the field, he sighed, and cast his cloak about him again, and went from the walls. And Beregond and Pippin found him standing in thought before the door of the houses when they came out. They looked at him, and for a while he was silent. At last he spoke. "My friends," he said, "and all you people of this city and of the western lands, things of great sorrow and renown have come to pass. Shall we weep or be glad? Beyond hope the captain of our foes has been destroyed, and you have heard the echo of his last despair. But he has not gone without woe and bitter loss, and that I might have averted but for the madness of Denethor. So long has the reach of our enemy become, alas! But now I perceive how his will was able to enter into the very heart of the city. Though the stewards deemed that it was a secret kept only by themselves, long ago I guessed that here, in the White Tower, one at least of the 7 seeing stones was preserved. In the days of his wisdom, Denethor would not presume to use it to challenge Sauron, knowing the limits of his own strength. But his wisdom failed, and I fear that as the peril of his realm grew, he looked in the stone and was deceived. Far too often, I guess, since Boromir departed. He was too great to be subdued to the will of the dark power. He saw none the less only those things which that power permitted him to see. The knowledge which he obtained was, doubtless, often of service to him, yet the vision of the great might of Mordor that was shown to him fed the despair of his heart until it overthrew his mind. "Now I understand what seemed so strange to me," said Pippin, shuddering as his memory spoke. "The Lord went away from the room where Faramir lay, and it was only when he returned that I first thought he was changed, old and broken. It was in the very hour that Faramir was brought to the tower that many of us saw a strange light in the topmost chamber, said Beregond. But we have seen that light before, and it has long been rumored in the city that the Lord would at times wrestle in thought with his enemy. Alas, then I have guessed rightly, said Gandalf. Thus the will of Sauron entered into Minas Tirith, and thus I have been delayed here, and here I shall still be forced to remain, for I shall soon have other charges, not Faramir only. Now I must go down to meet those who come. I have seen a sight upon the field that is very grievous to my heart, and greater sorrow may yet come to pass. Come with me, Pippin, but you, Beregond, should return to the citadel and tell the chief of the guard there what has befallen. It will be his duty, I fear, to withdraw you from the guard, but say to him that, if I may give him counsel, that you should be sent to the houses of healing, to be the guard and servant of your captain, and to be at his side when he awakes, if that shall ever be again. For by you he was saved from the fire. Go, now! I shall return soon. With that he turned away and went with Pippin down towards the lower city. And even as they hastened on their way, the wind brought a grey rain, and all the fires sank, and there arose a great smoke before them. That's the end of chapter 7. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will take a very short break on our live stream, and then we will continue with the next chapter, The Houses of Healing. We'll be right back. Welcome back, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Our ongoing Tolkien readathon that began on Christmas morning with The Hobbit. Now here we are, hurtling through January in the new year. And we started with The Hobbit, and we are now continuing with The Lord of the Rings. This is The Return of the King, Chapter 8, part of Book 5, The Houses of Healing. This is a chapter that is only visible in the film when you watch the extended edition of Return of the King, where the elements of this chapter are intact in the film narrative. Here's the original version, Chapter 8, The Houses of Healing. A mist was in Merry's eyes of tears and weariness when they drew near the ruined gate of Minas Tirith. He gave little heed to the wreck and slaughter that lay about all. Fire and smoke and stench was in the air, for many engines had been burned or cast into the fire pits, and many of the slain also, while here and there lay many carcasses of the great Southron monsters, half burned or broken by stone cast, or shot through the eyes by the valiant archers of Morthond. The flying rain had ceased for a time, and the sun gleamed up above. All the lower city was still wrapped in a smoldering reek. Already, men were laboring to clear a way through the jetsam of battle. And now out from the gate came some bearing litters. Gently they laid Éowyn upon soft pillows, but the king's body they covered with a great cloth of gold, and they bore torches about him, and their flames, pale in the sunlight, were fluttered by the wind. So Theoden and Éowyn came to the city of Gondor, and all who saw them bared their heads and bowed. And they passed through the ash and fume of the burned circle, and went on and up along the streets of stone. To Merry, the ascent seemed age-long, a meaningless journey in a hateful dream, going on and on to some dim ending that memory could not seize. Slowly, the lights of the torches in front of him flickered and went out, and he was walking in a darkness, and he thought, "This is a tunnel leading to a tomb. There we shall stay forever." But suddenly, into his dream, there fell a living voice. "Well, Merry, thank goodness I have found you." He looked up, and the mist before his eyes cleared a little. There was Pippin. They were face to face in a narrow lane, but for themselves it was empty. He rubbed his eyes. "Where's the king?" he said, "and Éowyn?" Then he stumbled and sat down on a doorstep and began to weep again. "They have gone up into the citadel," said Pippin. "I think you must have fallen asleep on your feet and taken the wrong turning. When we found that you were not with them, Gandalf sent me to look for you. Poor old Merry! How glad I am to see you again. But you are worn out, and I won't bother you with any talk. But tell me, are you hurt or wounded?" "No," said Merry. "Well, no, I don't think so, but I can't use my right arm, Pippin, not since I stabbed him, and my sword burned all away like a piece of wood." Pippin's face was anxious. "Well, you had better come with me as quick as you can," he said. "I wish I could carry you, but you aren't fit to walk any further. They shouldn't have let you walk at all, but you must forgive them. So many dreadful things have happened in the city, Merry, that one poor hobbit coming in from the battle is easily overlooked." "It's not always a misfortune being overlooked," said Merry. "I was overlooked just now by... No, I can't speak of it. Help me, Pippin. It's all going dark again, and my arm is so cold." "Lean on me, Merry lad," said Pippin. "Come now, foot by foot. It's not far." "Are you going to bury me?" said Merry. "No, indeed," said Pippin, trying to sound cheerful, though his heart was wrung with fear and pity. "No, we are going to the houses of healing." They turned out of the lane that ran between tall houses and the outer wall of the fourth circle, and they regained the main street, climbing up to the citadel. Step by step they went, while Mary swayed and murmured as one in sleep. "I'll never get him there," thought Pippin. "Is there no one to help me? I can't leave him here." Just then, to his surprise, a boy came running up behind, and as he passed, he recognized Burgil, Baragon's son. "Hello, Burgil," he called. Where are you going? Glad to see you again, and still alive." "I'm running errands for the healers," said Burgil. "I cannot stay." "Don't," said Pippin, "but tell them up there that I have a sick hobbit, a Parian, mind you, come from the battlefield. I don't think he can walk so far. If Mithrandir is there, he will be glad of the message." Burgil ran on. "I'd better wait here," thought Pippin, so he let Merry sink gently down onto the pavement in a patch of sunlight, and then he sat down beside him, laying Mary's head in his lap. He felt his body and limbs gently, and took his friend's hands in his own. The right hand felt icy to the touch. It was not long before Gandalf himself came in search of them. He stooped over Merry and caressed his brow. Then he lifted him carefully. "He should have been born in honor into this city," he said. "He has well repaid my trust, for if Elrond had not yielded to me, neither of you would have set out, and then far more grievous would the evils of this day have been." He sighed. "And yet, here is another charge on my hands, while all the time the battle hangs in the balance." So at last Faramir and Éowyn and Meriadoc were laid in beds in the houses of healing, and there they were tended well. For though all lore was in these latter days fallen from its fullness of old, the leechcraft of Gondor was still wise, and skilled in the healing of wound and hurt, and all such sickness as east of the sea mortal men were subject to, save old age only. For that they had found no cure, and indeed the span of their lives had now waned to little more than that of other men, and those among them who passed the tale of 50 years with vigor were grown few, save in some houses of purer blood. But now their art and knowledge were baffled, for there were many sick of a malady that would not be healed, and they called it the Black Shadow, for it came from the Nazgul. And those who were stricken with it fell slowly into an even deeper dream, and then passed in silence, and then passed to silence, and a deadly cold, and so died. And it seemed to the tenders of the sick that on the halfling and on the Lady of Rohan this malady lay heavily. Still at whiles, as the morning wore away, they would speak, murmuring in their dreams, and the watchers listened to all that they said, hoping perhaps to learn something that would help them to understand their hurts. But soon they began to fall down into the darkness, and as the sun turned west, a gray shadow crept over their faces. But Faramir burned with a fever that would not abate. Gandalf went from one to the other, full of care, and he was told all that the watchers could hear. And so the day passed, while the great battle outside went on with shifting hopes and strange tidings. And still Gandalf waited and watched and did not go forth, till at last the red sunset filled all the sky, and the light through the windows fell on the grey faces of the sick. Then it seemed to those who stood by that in the glow the faces flushed softly as with health returning, but it was only a mockery of hope. Then an old wife, Ioreth, the eldest of the women who served in that house, looking on the fair face of Faramir, wept, for all the people loved him. And she said, Alas, if he should die! Would that there were kings of Gondor! Would that there were kings in Gondor! As there were once upon a time, they say. For it is said in old lore, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. And so the rightful king could ever be known. And Gandalf, who stood by, said, Many may long remember your words, Ioreth, for there is hope in them. Maybe a king has indeed returned to Gondor, or have you not heard the strange tidings that have come to the city? I have been too busy with this and that to heed all the crying and shouting, she answered. All I hope is that those murdering devils do not come to this house and trouble the sick. Then Gandalf went out in haste, and already the fire in the sky was burning out, and the smoldering hills were fading, while ash-gray evening crept over the hills, over the fields. Now, as the sun went down, Aragorn and Éomer and Imrahil drew near the city with their captains and knights. And when they came before the gate, Aragorn said, Behold the sun setting in a great fire. It is a sign of the end and fall of many things, and a change in the tides of the world. But this city and realm has rested in the charge of the stewards for many long years, and I fear that if I enter it unbidden, then doubt and debate may arise, which should not be while this war is fought. I will not enter in, nor make any claim, until it be seen whether we or Mordor shall prevail. Men shall pitch my tents upon the field, and here I will await the welcome of the lord of the city. But Éomer said, Already we have raised the banner of the kings, and displayed the tokens of Elendil's house. Will you suffer these to be challenged? No, said Aragorn, but I deem the time unripe, and I have no mind for strife, except with our enemy and his servants. And the Prince Imrahil said, Your words, Lord, are wise, if one who is a kinsman of the Lord Denethor may counsel you in this matter. He is strong-willed and proud, but old, and his mood has been strange since his son was stricken down. Yet I would not have you remain like a beggar at the door. Not a beggar, said Aragorn. Say a captain of the Rangers, who are unused to cities and houses of stone. And he commanded that his banner should be furled, and he did off the star of the North Kingdom, and gave it to the keeping of the sons of Elrond. Then the Prince Imrahil and Éomer of Rohan left him and passed through the city and the tumult of the people, and mounted to the citadel, and they came to the hall of the tower, seeking the steward, but they found his chair empty, and before the dais lay Theoden, king of the Mark, upon a bed of state. And 12 torches stood about it, and 12 guards, knights of both Rohan and Gondor, and the hangings of the bed were green and white. But upon the king was laid the great cloth of gold up to his breast, and upon that his unsheathed sword, and at his feet his shield. The light of the torches shimmered in his white hair like sun in the spray of a fountain. But his face was fair and young, save that a peace lay on it beyond the reach of youth, and it seemed that he slept. When they had stood silent for a time beside the king, Imrahil said, Where is the steward? And where also is Mithrandir? And one of the guards answered, The steward of Gondor is in the houses of healing. But Éomer said, Where is the lady Éowyn, my sister? For surely she should be lying beside the king, and in no less honor. Where have they bestowed her? And Imrahil said, But the lady Éowyn was yet living when they bore her hither. Did you not know? Then hope unlooked for came so suddenly to Eomer's heart, and with it the bite of care and fear renewed, that he said no more, but turned and went swiftly from the hall, and the prince followed him. And when they came forth, evening had fallen, and many stars were in the sky. And there came Gandalf on foot, and with him one cloaked in grey, and they met before the doors of the houses of healing. And they greeted Gandalf, and said, We seek the steward, and men say that he is in this house. Has any hurt befallen him? And the Lady Eowyn, where is she? And Gandalf answered, She lies within, and is not dead, but is near death. But the Lord Faramir was wounded by an evil dart, as you have heard, and he is now the steward. For Denethor has departed, and his house is in ashes. And they were filled with grief and wonder at the tale that he told. But Imrahil said, So victory is shorn of gladness, and it is bitter bought, if both Gondor and Rohan are in one day bereft of their lords. Eomer rules the Rohirrim. Who shall rule the city meanwhile? Shall we not send now for the Lord Aragorn? And the cloaked man spoke, and said, He is come. And they saw as he stepped into the light of the lantern by the door that it was Aragorn, wrapped in the grey cloak of Lorien above his mail, and bearing no other token than the green stone of Galadriel. I have come because Gandalf begs me to do so, he said, but for the present I am but the captain of the Dunedain of Arnor, and the Lord of Dol Amroth shall rule the city until Faramir awakes. But it is my counsel that Gandalf should rule us all in the days that follow, and in our dealings with the enemy. And they agreed upon that. Then Gandalf said, Let us not stay at the door, for the time is urgent. Let us enter, for it is only in the coming of Aragorn that any hope remains for the sick that lie in the house. Thus spake Ioreth, wise woman of Gondor. The hands of the king are the hands of a healer, and so shall the rightful king be known. Then Aragorn entered first, and the others followed. And there at the door were 2 guards in the livery of the citadel, one tall, but the other scarce the height of a boy. And when he saw them, he cried aloud in surprise and joy, Strider, how splendid! Do you know, I guessed it was you in the black ships, but they were all shouting corsairs and wouldn't listen to me. How did you do it? Aragorn laughed and took the hobbit by the hand. Well met indeed, he said, but there is not yet time for travelers' tales. But Imrahil said to Eomer, Is it thus that we speak to our kings? Yet maybe he will wear his crown in some other name. And Aragorn, hearing him, turned and said, Verily, for in the high tongue of old I am Elisar, the Elfstone, and Envinyatar, the Renewer. And he lifted from his breast the green stone that lay there. But Strider shall be the name of my house, if that ever be established. In the high tongue it will not sound so ill. And Telcontar I will be, and all the heirs of my body. And with that they passed into the house. And as they went towards the rooms where the sick were tended, Gandalf told of the deeds of Eowyn and Meriadoc. For, he said, long have I stood by them, and at first they spoke much in their dreaming, before they sank into the deadly darkness. It is also given to me to see many things far off. Aragorn went first to Faramir, and then to the Lady Eowyn, and last to Merry. When he had looked on the faces of the sick, and seen their hurts, he sighed. Here I must put forth all such power and skill as is given to me, he said. Would that Elrond were here. For he is the eldest of all our race, and has the greater power. And Eomer, seeing that he was both sorrowful and weary, said, First, you must rest surely, and at the least eat a little. But Aragorn answered, Nay, nay, for these 3, and most soon. For Faramir, time is running out, all speed is needed. Then he called to Ioreth, and he said, You have store in this house of the herbs of healing? Yes, lord, she answered, but not enough, I reckon, for all that will need them. But I'm sure I do not know where we shall find more, for all things are amiss in these dreadful days. What with fires and burnings, and the lads that run errands so few, and all the roads blocked, why, it is days out of count since ever a carrier came in from Lussarnock to the market. But we do our best in this house with what we have, as I'm sure your lordship will know. I will judge that when I see, said Aragorn. One thing also is short. Time for speech. Have you Athalas? I do not know, I am sure, lord, she answered, at least not by that name. I will go and ask for the herb master. He knows all the old names. It is also called King's Foil, said Aragorn, and maybe you know it by that name, for so the country folk call it in these latter days. Oh, that, said Ioreth. Well, if your lordship had named it at first, I could have told you. No, we have none of it, I am sure. Why, I have never heard that it had any great virtue at all. And indeed, I have often said to my sisters, when we came upon it growing in the woods, King's Foil, I said, 'tis a strange name, and I wonder why 'tis called so. For if I were a king, I would have planted more bright in my garden. Still it smells sweet when bruised, does it not? If sweet is the right word, wholesome, maybe, is nearer. Wholesome, verily, said Aragorn. And now, dame, if you love the Lord Faramir, run as quick as your tongue and get me King's Foil, if there is a leaf in the city. And if not, said Gandalf, I will ride to Lussarnock with Ioreth behind me, and she shall take me to the woods, but not to her sisters. And Shadowfax shall show her the meaning of haste. When Ioreth was gone, Aragorn bade the other women to make water hot. Then he took Faramir's hand in his, and laid the other hand upon the sick man's brow. It was drenched with sweat, but Faramir did not move or make any sign, and seemed hardly to breathe. He is nearly spent, said Aragorn, turning to Gandalf. But this comes not from the wound. See, that is healing. Had he been smitten by some dart of the Nazgul, as you thought, he would have died that night. This hurt was given by some Southron arrow, I would guess. Who drew it forth? Was it kept? I drew it forth, said Imrahil, and staunched the wound. But I did not keep the arrow, for we had much to do. It was, as I remember, just such a dart as the Southrons use. Yet I believed that it came from the shadows above, for else his fever and sickness were not to be understood, since the wound was not deep or vital. How then do you read the matter? Excuse me. Weariness, grief for his father's mood, a wound, and over all the black breath, said Aragorn. He is a man of staunch will, for already he had come close under the shadow before ever he rode to battle on the outwalls. Slowly the dark must have crept on him, even as he fought and strove to hold his outpost. Would that I could have been here sooner. Thereupon the herb master entered. Your lordship asked for King's Foil, as the rustics name it, he said, or Athalas in the noble tongue, or to those who know somewhat of the Valinorian. I do so, said Aragorn, and I care not whether you say now Essea Aranayan or King's Foil, so long as you have some. Your pardon, lord, your pardon, said the man. I see you are a lore-master, not merely a captain of war. But alas, sir, we do not keep this thing in the houses of healing, where only the gravely hurt or sick are tended, for it has no virtue that we know of, save perhaps to sweeten a fouled air, or to drive away some passing heaviness. Unless, of course, you give heed to rhymes of old days which women, such as our good Ioreth, still repeat without understanding. When the black breath blows and death's shadow grows, and all lights pass, Come, Athelas, life to the dying in the king's hand lying. It is but a doggerel, I fear, garbled in the memory of old wives. Its meaning I leave to your judgment, if indeed it has any, but old folk still use an infusion of the herb for headaches. Then, in the name of the king, go and find some old man of less lore and more wisdom who keeps some in his house, cried Gandalf. Now Aragorn knelt beside Faramir and held a hand upon his brow, and those that watched felt that some great struggle was going on. For Aragorn's face grew grey with weariness, and ever and anon he called the name of Faramir, but each time more faintly to their hearing, as if Aragorn himself was removed from them, and walked afar in some dark vale, calling for one that was lost. And at last Burjil came running in, and he bore 6 leaves in a cloth. "It is king's foil, sir," he said, "but not fresh, I fear. It must have been culled 2 weeks ago at the least. I hope it will serve, sir." Then looking at Faramir, he burst into tears. But Aragorn smiled. "It will serve," he said. "The worst is now over. Stay and be comforted." Then taking 2 leaves, he laid them on his hands and breathed on them. And then he crushed them, and straightway a living freshness filled the room, as if the air itself awoke and tingled, sparkling with joy. And then he cast the leaves into the bowls of steaming water that were brought to him, and at once all hearts were lightened, for the fragrance that came to each was like a memory of dewy mornings, of unshadowed sun, in some land of which the fair world in spring is itself but a fleeting memory. But Aragorn stood up as one refreshed, and his eyes smiled as he held a bowl before Faramir's dreaming face. "Well now, who would have believed it?" said Ioreth to a woman who stood beside her. "The weed is better than I thought. It reminds me of the roses of Imloth Melui when I was a lass, and no king could ask for better." Suddenly Faramir stirred, and he opened his eyes, and he looked on Aragorn, who bent over him, and the light of knowledge and love was kindled in his eyes, and he spoke softly. "My lord, you called me. I come. What does the king command?" "Walk no more in shadows, but awake," said Aragorn. "You are weary. Rest a while and take food, and be ready when I return." "I will, lord," said Faramir, "for who would lie idle when the king has returned?" "Farewell, then, for a while," said Aragorn. "I must go to others who need me." And he left the chamber with Gandalf and Imrahil, but Beregond and his son remained behind, unable to contain their joy. As he followed Gandalf and shut the door, Pippin heard Ioreth exclaim, "King, did you hear that? What did I say? The hands of a healer, I said." And soon the word had gone out from the house that the king was indeed come among them, and afar and after war he brought healing, and the news ran through the city. But Aragorn came to Eowyn, and he said, "Here there is a grievous hurt, and a heavy blow. The arm that was broken has been tended with due skill, and it will mend in time, if she has the strength to live. It is the shield arm that is maimed, but the chief evil comes through the sword arm. In that there now seems no life, although it is unbroken. Alas, for she was pitted against a foe beyond the strength of her mind or body, and those who will take a weapon to such an enemy must be sterner than steel, if the very shock shall not destroy them. It was an evil doom that set her in this path, for she is a fair maiden, fairest lady of a house of queens. And yet I know not how I should speak of her. When I first looked on her and perceived her unhappiness, it seemed to me that I saw a white flower standing straight and proud, shapely as a lily, and yet knew that it was hard, as if wrought by elf rites out of steel. Or was it maybe a frost that had turned its sap to ice? And so it stood, bittersweet, still fair to see, but stricken, soon to fall and die? Her malady begins far back before this day, does it not, Eomer? I marvel that you should ask me, Lord, he answered, for I hold you blameless in this matter, as in all else. Yet I knew not that Eowyn, my sister, was touched by any frost, until she first looked on you. Care and dread she had, and shared with me in the days of Wormtongue and the king's bewitchment. She tended the king in growing fear. But that did not bring her to this pass. My friend, said Gandalf, you had horses and deeds of arms and the free fields, but she, born in the body of a maid, had a spirit and courage at least the match of yours. Yet she was doomed to wait upon an old man, whom she loved as a father, and watch him falling into a mean, dishonored dotage, and her part seemed to her more ignoble than that of the staff he leaned on. Think you that Wormtongue had poison only for Theoden's ears? Dotard, what is the house of Eorl but a thatched barn where brigands drink in the reek, and their brats roll on the floor among their dogs? Have you not heard those words before? Saruman spoke them, the teacher of Wormtongue, though I do not doubt that Wormtongue at home wrapped their meaning in terms more cunning. My lord, if your sister's love for you, and her will still bent to her duty, had not restrained her lips, you might have heard even such things as these escape them. But who knows what she spoke to the darkness, alone, in the bitter watches of the night, when all her life seemed shrinking and the walls of her bower closing in about her, a hutch to trammel some wild thing in? Then Eomer was silent, and looked on his sister, as if pondering anew all the days of their past life together. But Aragorn said, I saw also what you saw, Eomer. Few other griefs amid the ill chances of this world have more bitterness and shame for a man's heart than to behold the love of a lady so fair and brave that cannot be returned. Sorrow and pity have followed me ever since I left her desperate in Dunharrow and rode to the paths of the dead. And no fear upon that way was so present as the fear of what might befall her. And yet, Eomer, I say to you that she loves you more truly than me. For you she loves and knows, but in me she loves only a shadow and a thought, a hope of glory and great deeds, and lands far from the fields of Rohan. I have maybe the power to heal her body and to recall her from the dark valley, but to what she will awake, hope or forgetfulness or despair, I do not know. And if to despair, then she will die, unless other healing comes which I cannot bring. Alas, for her deeds have set her among the queens of great renown. Then Aragorn stooped and looked on her face, and it was indeed white as a lily, cold as frost, and hard as graven stone. But he bent and kissed her on the brow, and called her softly, saying, Eowyn, Eomund's daughter, awake, for your enemy has passed away. She did not stir, but now she begins again to breathe deeply, so that her breast rose and fell beneath the white linen of the sheet. Once more, Aragorn bruised 2 leaves of Athelas and cast them into steaming water, and he laved her brow with it, and her right arm, lying cold and nerveless on the coverlet. Then, whether Aragorn had indeed some forgotten power of Westernesse, or whether it was but his words of the Lady Eowyn that wrought on them as the sweet influence of the herbs stole about the chamber. It seemed to those who stood by that a keen wind blew through the window, and it bore no scent, but was an air wholly fresh and clean and young, as if it had not before been breathed by any living thing, and came new-made from snowy mountains high beneath a dome of stars, or from shores of silver, far away, washed by seas of foam. "Awake, Eowyn, Lady of Rohan," said Aragorn again, and he took her right hand in his, and felt it warm with life returning. "Awake, the shadow is gone, and all darkness is washed clean." Then he laid her hand in Eomer's and stepped away. "Call her," he said, and he passed silently from the chamber. "Eowyn, Eowyn!" cried Eomer amid his tears, but she opened her eyes and said, "Eomer, what joy is this? For they said that you were slain. Nay, but that was only the dark voices in my dreams. Oh, how long have I been dreaming?" "Not long, my sister," said Eomer, "but think no more on it." "I am strangely weary," she said. "I must rest a little. But tell me, what of the Lord of the Mark? Alas, do not tell me that that was a dream, for I know that it was not. He is dead, as he foresaw." "He is dead," said Eomer, "but he bade me say farewell to Eowyn, dearer than daughter. He lies now in great honor in the citadel of Gondor." "That is grievous," she said, "and yet it is good beyond all that I dared hope in the dark days, when it seemed that the house of Eorl was sunk in honor less than any shepherd's cot. And what of the king's esquire, the halfling? Eomer, you shall make him a knight of the Riddermark, for he is valiant." "He lies near by in this house, and I will go to him," said Gandalf. "Eomer shall stay here for a while, but do not speak yet of war or woe until you are made whole again. Great gladness it is to see you wake again to health and hope, so valiant a lady." "To health," said Eowyn, it may be so, at least while there is an empty saddle of some fallen rider that I can fill, and there are deeds to do. But to hope? I do not know." Gandalf and Pippin came to Merry's room, and there they found Aragorn standing by the bed. "Poor old Merry!" cried Pippin, and he ran to the bedside, for it seemed to him that his friend looked worse, and a grayness was in his face, as if a weight of years of sorrow lay on him. And suddenly a fear seized Pippin that Merry would die. "Do not be afraid," said Aragorn. "I came in time, and I have called him back. He is weary now and grieved, and he has taken a hurt like the Lady Eowyn, daring to smite that deadly thing. But these evils can be amended, so strong and gay a spirit is in him. His grief he will not forget, but it will not darken his heart. It will teach him wisdom." Then Aragorn laid his hand on Merry's head, and passing his hand gently through the brown curls, he touched the eyelids and called him by name. And when the fragrance of Athelas stole through the room, like the scent of orchards and of heather in the sunshine full of bees, suddenly Merry awoke, and he said, I'm hungry. What's the time?" "Past supper time now," said Pippin, "though I dare say I could bring you something if they will let me." "They will indeed," said Gandalf, "and anything else that this rider of Rohan may desire, if it can be found in Minas Tirith, where his name is an honor." "Good," said Merry. "Then I would like supper first, and after that a pipe. At that his face clouded. "No, not a pipe. I don't think I'll smoke again." "Why not?" said Pippin. "Well," answered Merry slowly, "he is dead. It has brought it all back to me. He said he was sorry he had never had a chance of talking herb lore with me. Almost the last thing he ever said. I shan't ever be able to smoke again without thinking of him. And that day, Pippin, when he rode up to Isengard and was so polite." "Smoke, then, and think of him," said Aragorn, "for he was a gentle heart and a great king, and kept his oaths, and he rose out of the shadows to a last fair morning. Though your service to him was brief, it should be a memory glad and honorable to the end of your days." Merry smiled. "Well, then," he said, "if Strider will provide what is needed, I will smoke and think. I had some of Saruman's best in my pack, but what became of it in the battle I'm sure I don't know." "Master Meriadoc," said Aragorn, "if you think that I have passed through the mountains and the realm of Gondor with fire and sword to bring herbs to a careless soldier who throws away his gear, you are mistaken. If your pack has not been found, then you must send for the herb master of this house, and he will tell you that he did not know that the herb you desire had any virtues, but that it is called Westman's weed by the vulgar, and galenas by the noble, and other names in other tongues more learned, and after adding a few half-forgotten rhymes that he does not understand, he will regretfully inform you that there is none in the house, and he will leave you to reflect on the history of tongues. And so now must I. For I have not slept in such a bed as this since I rode from Dunharrow, nor eaten since the dark before dawn." Merry seized his hand and kissed it. "I'm frightfully sorry," he said. Go at once. Ever since that night at Bree, we have been a nuisance to you, but it is the way of my people to use light words at such times and say less than they mean. We fear to say too much. It robs us of the right words when a jest is out of place." "I know that well, or I would not deal with you in the same way," said Aragorn. "May the Shire live for ever unwithered. And kissing Merry, he went out, and Gandalf went with him. Pippin remained behind. "Was there ever anyone like him?" he said. "Except Gandalf, of course. I think they must be related." "My dear ass, your pack is lying by your bed, and you had it on your back when I met you." "He saw it all the time, of course. And anyway, I have some stuff of my own." Come now. Long bottom leaf it is. Fill up while I run and see about some food. And then let's be easy for a bit. Dear me, we tooks and brandy bucks. We can't live long on the heights." "No," said Merry. "I can't. Not yet, at any rate. But at least, Pippin, we can now see them and honor them. It is best to love first what you are fitted to love. I suppose you must start somewhere and have some roots. And the soil of the Shire is deep. Still, there are things deeper and higher, and not a gaffer could tend his garden in what he calls peace, but for them, whether he knows about them or not. I'm glad that I know about them a little, but I don't know why I'm talking like this. Where is that leaf? And get my pipe out of my pack, if it isn't broken." Aragorn and Gandalf went now to the warden of the houses of healing, and they counseled him that Faramir and Éowyn should remain there and still be tended with care for many days. "The Lady Éowyn," said Aragorn, "will wish soon to rise and depart, but she should not be permitted to do so, if you can in any way restrain her, until at least 10 days have passed." "As for Faramir," said Gandalf, "he must soon learn that his father is dead, but the full tale of the madness of Denethor should not be told to him, until he is quite healed and has duties to do. See that Baragond and the Parian who were present do not speak to him of these things yet. And the other Parian, Meriadoc, who is under my care, what of him?" said the warden. It is likely that he will be fit to arise tomorrow. For a short while, said Aragorn. Let him do so, if he wishes. He may walk a little in the care of his friends. Oh, they are a remarkable race, said the warden, nodding his head. Very tough in fibre, I deem. At the doors of the houses many were already gathered to see Aragorn, and they followed after him, and when at last he had supped, men came and prayed that he would heal their kinsmen, or their friends, whose lives were in peril through hurt or wound, or who lay under the black shadow. And Aragorn arose and went out, and he sent for the sons of Elrond, and together they labored far into the night, and word went through the city, the king is come again indeed, and they named him Elfstone, because of the green stone that he wore. So the name which it was foretold at his birth that he should bear was chosen for him by his own people. And when he could labor no more, he cast his cloak about him and slipped out of the city, and went to his tent just ere dawn, and slept for a little. And in the morning the banner of Dol Amroth, a white ship like a swan upon blue water, floated from the tower, and men looked up and wondered if the coming of the king had been but a dream. That's the end of chapter 8, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more chapter, and it will be the end of Book 5, the first half of The Return of the King. We'll be back in a few moments' rest with the last debate. Stay tuned to Shop XSN. We'll be right back in a few moments. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is a beautiful but somber day here in Los Angeles, where they are memorializing the lead singer of Motorhead. Yes, the great rock and roll man himself, Lemmy Kilmister, who had his funeral today here at the Sunset Strip, just a few blocks down the road. After this chapter that we are reading, which is The Last Debate, we're going to show you a video right here on our network from my feature documentary film, Ringer's Lord of the Fans, which is celebrating its 10-year anniversary. And we're going to show you just a little bit from our DVD about Lemmy Kilmister and how excited we were to meet him and his interview, confessing some great stories about his love of Tolkien and his deep, deep, abiding love of the Lord of the Rings. And we have a little bit to show you in honor and in memory of our fallen ringer, Lemmy Kilmister. And that will be right after this chapter. In our ongoing Lord of the Rings and Hobbit readathon, we're now at The Return of the King, Book 5, Chapter 9, The Last Debate. The morning came after the day of battle, and it was fair with light clouds and the wind turning westward. Legolas and Gimli were early abroad, and they begged leave to go up into the city, for they were eager to see Merry and Pippin. "It is good to learn that they are still alive," said Gimli, "for they cost us great pains in our march over Rohan, and I would not have such pains all wasted." Together, the elf and the dwarf entered Minas Tirith, and folk that saw them pass marveled to see such companions, for Legolas was fair of face beyond the measure of men. And he sang an elven song in a clear voice as he walked in the morning. But Gimli stalked beside him, stroking his beard and staring about him. "There is some good stonework here," he said as he looked at the walls, "but also some that is less good, and the streets could be better contrived. When Aragorn comes into his own, I shall offer him the service of stone rights of the mountain, and we will make this a town to be proud of." "They need more gardens," said Legolas. "The houses are dead, and there is too little here that grows and is glad. If Aragorn comes into his own, the people of the wood shall bring him birds that sing and trees that do not die." At length they came to the Prince Imrahil, and Legolas looked at him and bowed low, for he saw that here indeed was one who had elven blood in his veins. "Hail, Lord," he said. "It is long since the people of Nimrodel left the woodlands of Lorien, and yet still one may see that not all sailed from Amroth's haven west over water." "So it is said in the lore of my land," said the prince, "yet never has one of the fair folk been seen there for years beyond count. And I marvel to see one here now in the midst of sorrow and war. What do you seek?" "I am one of the 9 companions who set out with Mithrandir from Imladris," said Legolas, "and with this dwarf, my friend. I came with the Lord Aragorn, but now we wish to see our friends, Meriadoc and Peregrine, who are in your keeping, we are told. You will find them in the houses of healing, and I will lead you thither," said Imrahil. "It would be enough if you send one to guide us, Lord," said Legolas, "for Aragorn sends this message to you. He does not wish to enter the city again at this time. Yet there is need for the captains to hold council at once, and he prays that you and Eomer of Rohan will come down to his tents as soon as may be. Mithrandir is already there." "We will come," said Imrahil, and they parted with courteous words. "That is a fair lord and a great captain of men," said Legolas. "If Gondor has such men still in these days of fading, great must have been its glory in the days of its rising. And doubtless the good stonework is the older, and was wrought in the first building," said Gimli. "It is ever so with the things that men begin. There is a frost in the spring, or a blight in summer, and they fail of their promise. Yet seldom do they fail of their seed," said Legolas, "and that will lie in the dust and rot to spring up again in times and places unlooked for. The deeds of men will outlast us, Gimli. And yet come to naught in the end but might-have-beens, I guess," said the dwarf. "To that the elves know not the answer," said Legolas. With that the servant of the prince came and led them to the houses of healing. And there they found their friends in the garden, and their meeting was merry, a merry one. For a while they walked and talked, rejoicing for a brief space in peace and rest under the morning, high up in the windy circles of the city. Then, when Merry became weary, they went and sat upon the wall with the greensward of the houses of healing behind them. And away southward before them was the Anduin, glittering in the sun as it flowed away. And out of the sight even of Legolas, into the wide flats and green haze of Lebanon and South Ithilien. And now Legolas fell silent, while the others talked, and he looked out against the sun. And as he gazed, he saw the white sea-birds beating up the river. "Look," he cried, "gulls! They're flying far inland. A wonder they are to me, and a trouble to my heart. Never in all my life had I met them until we came to Pelargir, and there I heard them crying in the air as we rode to the battle of the ships. Then I stood still, forgetting war in Middle-earth, for their wailing voices spoke to me of the sea. The sea, alas! I have not yet beheld it, but deep in the hearts of all my kindred lies the sea longing, which it is perilous to stir. Alas for the gulls! No peace shall I have again under beech or under elm." "Say not so," said Gimli. "There are countless things still to see in Middle-earth, and great works to do. But if all the fair folk take to the havens, it will be a duller world for those who are doomed to stay." "Dull and dreary indeed," said Merry. "You must not go to the havens, Legolas. There will always be some folk, big or little, and even a few wise dwarves like Gimli, who need you. At least I hope so, though I feel somehow that the worst of this war is still to come. How I wish it was all over, and well over." "Don't be so gloomy," cried Pippin. "The sun is shining, and here we are together for a day or two at least. I want to hear more about you all. Come, Gimli, you and Legolas have mentioned your strange journey with Strider about a dozen times already this morning, but you haven't told me anything about it." "The sun may shine here," said Gimli, "but there are memories of that road that I do not wish to recall out of the darkness. Had I known what was before me, I think that not for any friendship would I have taken the paths of the dead." "The paths of the dead?" said Pippin. "I heard Aragorn say that, and I wondered what he could mean." "Won't you tell us some more?" "Not willingly," said Gimli, "for upon that road I was put to shame. Gimli, Glowing's son, who had deemed himself more tough than men and hardier under earth than any elf. But neither did I prove, and I was held to the road only by the will of Aragorn. And by the love of him also," said Legolas, "for all those who come to know him come to love him after their own fashion, even the cold maiden of the rohirrim. It was at early morn of the day ere you came there, Merry, that we left Dunharrow, and such a fear was on all the folk that none would look on our going, save the Lady Eowyn, who lies now hurt in the house below. There was grief at that parting, and I was grieved to behold it. Alas, I had heart only for myself, said Gimli. Nay, I will not speak of that journey. He fell silent, but Pippin and Merry were so eager for news that at last Legolas said, I will tell you enough for your peace, for I felt not the horror, and I feared not the shadows of men, powerless and frail as I deemed them. Swiftly he told of the haunted road under the mountains, and the dark tryst at Erech, and the great ride thence, 90 leagues and 3, to Pelargir on Anduin. 4 days and nights, and on into a 5th we rode from the Black Stone, he said, and lo, in the darkness of Mordor my hope rose, for in that gloom the shadow host seemed to grow stronger and more terrible to look upon. Some I saw riding, some striding, yet all moving with the same great speed. Silent they were, but there was a gleam in their eyes. In the uplands of Lamadon they overtook our horses, and swept round us, and would have passed us by, if Aragorn had not forbidden them. At his command they fell back. Even the shades of men are obedient to him. Grey wastes in the blackness before us, and over the wide land, trampling unheeded grass and the flowers, we hunted our foes through a day and a night, until we came at the bitter end to the great river at last. And I thought in my heart that we drew near to the sea, for wide was the water in the darkness, and sea-birds innumerable cried on its shores. Alas for the wailing of the gulls! Did not the lady tell me to beware of them? And now I cannot forget them. For my part, I heeded them not, said Gimli, for we came then at last upon battle in earnest. There, at Pelargir, lay the main fleet from Umbar, 50 great ships and smaller vessels beyond count. Many of those that we pursued had reached the havens before us, and brought their fear with them, and some of the ships had put off, seeking to escape down the river, or to reach the far shore, and many of the smaller craft were ablaze. But the Haradrim, being now driven to the brink, turned at bay, and they were fierce in despair. And they laughed when they looked on us, for they were a great army still. But Aragorn halted, excuse me. But Aragorn halted and cried with a great voice, Now come, by the Black Stone I call you. And suddenly the shadow host that had hung back at the last came up like a grey tide, sweeping all away before it. Faint cries I heard, and dim horns blowing, and a murmur as of countless far voices. It was like the echo of some forgotten battle in the dark years long ago. Pale swords were drawn, but I know not whether their blades would still bite, for the dead needed no longer any weapon but fear. None would withstand them. To every ship they came that was drawn up, and then they passed over the water to those that were anchored, and all the mariners were filled with a madness of terror, and leapt overboard, save the slaves, chained to their oars. Reckless we rode among our fleeing foes, driving them like leaves until we came to the shore. And then to each of the great ships that remained, Aragorn sent one of the Dunedain, and they comforted the captives that were aboard, and bade them put aside fear and be free. Ere that dark day ended, none of the enemy were left to resist us. All were drowned, or were flying south in the hope to find their own lands upon foot. Strange and wonderful I thought it, that the designs of Mordor should be overthrown by such wraiths of fear and darkness. With its own weapons was it worsted. Strange indeed, said Legolas. In that hour I looked on Aragorn and thought how great and terrible a lord he might have become in the strength of his will, had he taken the ring to himself. Not for naught does Mordor fear him, but nobler is his spirit than the understanding of Sauron, For is he not the children of Luthien? Never shall that line fail, though the years may lengthen beyond count. Beyond the eyes of the dwarves are such foretellings, said Gimli. But mighty indeed was Aragorn that day. Lo, all the black fleet was in his hands, and he chose the greatest ship to be his own, and he went up into it. Then he let sound a great concourse of trumpets, taken from the enemy, and the shadow drew to the shore. There they stood silent, hardly to be seen, save for a red gleam in their eyes, that glare of the ships that were burning. And Aragorn spoke in a loud voice to the dead men, crying, Hear now the words of the heir of Isildur. Your oath is fulfilled. Go back and trouble not the valleys ever again. Depart and be at rest. And thereupon the king of the dead stood out before the host, and broke his spear, and cast it down. Then he bowed low, and turned away, and swiftly the whole grey host drew off and vanished like a mist that is driven back by a sudden wind, and it seemed to me that I woke from a dream. That night we rested while others labored, for there were many captives set free, and many slaves released who had been folk of Gondor taken in raids. And soon also there was a great gathering of men out of Lebanon and the Ether, and Angbor of Lamadon came up with all the horsemen that he could muster. Now that the fear of the dead was removed, they came to aid us, and to look on the heir of Isildur, for the rumor of that name had run like fire in the dark. And that is near the end of our tale. For during that evening and night many ships were made ready and manned, and in the morning the fleet set forth. Long past it now seems. Yet it was but the morn of the day yesterday, the 6th, since we rode from Dunharrow. But still Aragorn was driven by fear that time was too short. It is 40 leagues and 2 from Pelargir to the landings at the Harlond, he said. Yet to the Harlond we must come tomorrow or fail utterly. The oars were now wielded by free men, and manfully they labored. Yet slowly we passed up the great river, for we strove against its stream, and though that is not swift down in the south, we had no help of wind. Heavy would my heart have been for all our victory at the havens, if Legolas had not laughed suddenly. Up with your beard, Durin's son, he said, for thus it is spoken, for thus is it spoken. Oft hope is born when all is forlorn. But what hope he saw from afar he would not tell. When night came, it did but deepen the darkness, and our hearts were hot. For away in the north we saw a red glow under the cloud, and Aragorn said, Minas Tirith is burning. But at midnight hope was indeed born anew. Sea-crafty men of the Ether, gazing southward, spoke of a change coming with the fresh wind from the sea. Long ere day, the masted ships hoisted sail, and our speed grew until dawn whitened with the foam at our prows. And so it was, as you know, that we came in the 3rd hour of the morning with a fair wind and the sun unveiled, and we unfurled the great standard in battle. It was a great day and a great hour, whatever may come after. Excuse me. Follow what may, great deeds are not lessened in worth, said Legolas. Great deed was the riding of the paths of the dead, and great it shall remain, though none be left in Gondor to sing of it in the days that are to come. And that may well befall, said Gimli, for the faces of Aragorn and Gandalf are grave. Much I wonder what counsels they are taking in the tents there below. For my part, like Merry, I wish that with our victory the war was now over, Yet whatever is still to do, I hope to have a part in it, for the honor of the folk of the Lonely Mountain." "And I for the folk of the Great Wood," said Legolas, "and for the love of the Lord of the White Tree." Then the companions fell silent. But a while they sat there in the high place, each busy with his own thoughts, while the captains debated. When the Prince Imrahil had parted from Legolas and Gimli, at once he sent for Éomer, and he went down with him from the city. And they came to the tents of Aragorn, that were set up on the field not far from the place where King Theoden had fallen. And there they took counsel together with Gandalf and Aragorn and the sons of Elrond. "My lords," said Gandalf, "listen to the words of the steward of Gondor before he died. You may triumph on the fields of Pelenor for a day, but against the power that has now arisen, there is no victory. I do not bid you despair, as he did, but to ponder the truth in these words. The stones of seeing do not lie, and not even the Lord of Barad-dûr can make them do so. He can, maybe, by his will, choose what things shall be seen by weaker minds, or cause them to mistake the meaning of what they see. Nonetheless, it cannot be doubted that when Denethor saw great forces arrayed against him in Mordor, and more still being gathered, he saw that which truly is. Hardly has our strength sufficed to beat off the first great assault. The next will be greater. This war, then, is without final hope, as Denethor perceived. Victory cannot be achieved by arms, whether you sit here to endure siege after siege, or march out to be overwhelmed beyond the river. You have only a choice of evils. And prudence would counsel you to strengthen such strong places as you have, and there await the onset, for so shall the time before your end be made a little longer. Then you would have us retreat to Minas Tirith, or to Dol Amroth, or to Dunharrow, and there sit like children on sand castles when the tide is flowing?" said Imrahil. "That would be no new counsel," said Gandalf. "Have you not done this and little more in all the days of Denethor? But no, I said this would be prudent. I do not counsel prudence. I said victory could not be achieved by arms. I still hope for victory, but not by arms, for into the midst of all these policies comes the ring of power, the foundation of Barad-dûr, and the hope of Sauron. Concerning this thing, my lords, you now all know enough for the understanding of our plight, and of Sauron's. If he regains it, your valor is vain, and his victory will be swift and complete, so complete that none can foresee the end of it while this world lasts. If it is destroyed, then he will fall, and his fall will be so low that none can foresee his arising ever again. For he will lose the best part of the strength that was native to him in his beginning, and all that was made or begun with that power will crumble, and he will be maimed forever, becoming a mere spirit of malice that gnaws itself in the shadows, but cannot again grow or take shape. And so a great evil of this world will be removed. Other evils there are that may come, for Sauron is himself but a servant or emissary. Yet it is not our part to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the succour of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live after may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule. Now Sauron knows all this, and he knows that this precious thing which he lost has been found again, but he does not yet know where it is, or so we hope. And therefore he is now in great doubt. For if we have found this thing, there are some among us with strength enough to wield it. That too he knows. For do I not guess rightly, Aragorn, that you have shown yourself to him in the stone of Orthanc? I did so ere I rode from the Hornburg, answered Aragorn. I deemed that the time was ripe, and that the stone had come to me for just such a purpose. It was then 10 days since the ring-bearer went east from Rauros, and the eye of Sauron, I thought, should be drawn out from his own land. Too seldom has he been challenged since he returned to his tower. Though if I had foreseen how swift would be his onset in answer, maybe I should not have dared to show myself. Bare time was given me to come to your aid. But how is this? Asked Eomer. All is vain, you say? If he has the ring, why should he think it not vain to assail us, if we still have it? He is not yet sure, said Gandalf, and he has not built up his power by waiting until his enemies are secure, as we have done. Also, we could not learn how to wield the full power all in a day. Indeed, it can be used only by one master alone, not by many. And he will look for a time of strife, ere one of the great among us makes himself master and puts down the others. In that time, the ring might aid him if he were sudden. He is watching. He sees much and he hears much. His Nazgul are still abroad. They passed over this field ere the sunrise. Though few of the weary and sleeping were aware of him, he studies the signs. The sword that was robbed him of his treasure remade, the winds of fortune turning in our favor, and the defeat unlooked for of his first assault, of the fall of his great captain. His doubt will be growing even as we speak here. His eye is now straining towards us, blind almost to all else that is moving. So we must keep it. Therein lies all our hope. This, then, is my counsel. We have not the ring. In wisdom or great folly, it has been sent away to be destroyed, lest it destroy us. Without it, we cannot by force defeat his force. But we must at all costs keep his eye from his true peril. We cannot achieve victory in arms, by arms. But by arms we can give the ring-bearer his only chance, frail though it be. As Aragorn has begun, so we must go on. We must push Sauron to his last throw. We must call out his hidden strength, so that he shall empty his land. We must march out to meet him at once. We must make ourselves the bait, though his jaws should close on us. He will take that bait, in hope and in greed, for he will think that in such rashness he sees the pride of the new ring-lord, and he will say, so he pushes out his neck too soon and too far. Let him come on, and behold, I will have him in a trap from which he cannot escape. There I will crush him, and what he has taken in his insolence shall be mine again forever. We must walk open-eyed into that trap, with courage, but small hope for ourselves. For, my lords, it may well prove that we ourselves shall perish utterly in a black battle, far from the living lands, so that even if Barad-dûr be thrown down, we shall not live to see a new age. But this, I deem, is our duty, and better so than to perish none the less, as we surely shall if we sit here, and know as we die that no new age shall be. They were silent for a while. At length Aragorn spoke. As I have begun, so I will go on. We come now to the very brink, where hope and despair are akin. To waver is to fall. Let none now reject the counsels of Gandalf, whose long labors against Sauron come at last to their test. But for him, all would long ago have been lost. Nonetheless, I do not yet claim to command any man. Let others choose as they will. Then said El-Rohir, From the north we came with this purpose, and from Elrond our father we brought this very counsel. We will not turn back. As for myself, said Eomer, I have little knowledge of these deep matters, but I need it not. This I know, and it is enough, that as my friend Aragorn succoured me and my people, so I will aid him when he calls. I will go. As for me, said Imrahil, the Lord Aragorn I hold to be my liege lord, whether he claim it or no. His wish is to me a command. I will go also, yet for a while I stand in the place of the steward of Gondor, and it is mine to think first of its people. To prudence some heed must still be given, for we must prepare against all chances, good as well as evil. Now, it may be, that we shall triumph, and while there is any hope of this, Gondor must be protected. I would not have us return with victory to a city in ruins and a land ravaged behind us, and yet we learn from the Rohirrim that there is an army still unfought upon our northern flank. That is true, said Gandalf. I do not counsel you to leave the city all unmanned. Indeed, the force that we lead east need not be great enough for any assault in earnest, Mordor, so long as it be great enough to challenge battle, and it must move soon. Therefore I ask the captains, what force could we muster and lead out in 2 days' time at the latest? And they must be hardy men that go willingly, knowing their peril. All are weary, and very many have wounds, light or grievous, said Eomer, and we have suffered much loss of our horses, and that is ill to bear. If we must ride soon, then I cannot hope to lead even 2,000, and yet leave as many for the defense of the city. We have not only to reckon with those who fought on this field, said Aragorn. New strength is on the way from the southern fiefs, now that the coasts have been rid. 4,000 I sent marching from Pelargir through Lossarnach 2 days ago, and Angbor the Fearless rides before them. If we set out in 2 days more, they will draw nigh ere we depart. Moreover, many were bidden to follow me up the river in any craft they could gather. And with this wind, they will soon be at hand. Indeed, several ships have already come to the Harlond. I judge that we could lead out 7,000 of horse and foot, and yet leave the city in better defense than it was when the assault began. The gate is destroyed, said Imrahil, and where now is the skill to rebuild it and set it up anew? In Erebor, in the kingdom of Dain, there is such skill, said Aragorn, and if all our hopes do not perish, then in time I will send Gimli, glowing sun, to ask for rights of the mountain. But men are better than gates, and no gate will endure against our enemy if men desert it. This, then, was the end of the debate of the lords, that they should set forth on the second morning from that day with 7,000, if these might be found, and the great part of this force should be on foot, because of the evil lands into which they would go. Aragorn should find some 2,000 of those that he had gathered to him in the south, but Imrahil should find 3,500, and Eomer 500 of the Rohirrim, who were unhorsed but themselves war-worthy, and he himself should lead 500 of his best riders on horse, and another company of 500 horse, and another company of 500 horse there should be, among which should ride the sons of Elrond with the Dunedain and the knights of Dol Amroth, all told 6,000 foot and 1,000 horse. But the main strength of the rohirrim that remained horsed and able to fight, some 3,000, under the command of Elfhelm, should waylay the west road against the enemy that was in Anorien. And at once swift riders were sent out to gather what news they could, northwards and eastwards from Osgiliath, and the road to Minas Morgul. And when they had reckoned up all their strength, and taken thought for the journeys they should make, and the roads they should choose, Imrahil suddenly laughed aloud. "Surely," he cried, "this is the greatest jest in all the history of Gondor. That we should ride with 7,000, scarce as many as the vanguard of its army in the days of its power, to assail the mountains and the impenetrable gate of the Black Land. So might a child threaten a mail-clad knight with a bow of string and green willow. If the Dark Lord knows so much as you say, Mithrandir, will he not rather smile than fear, and with his little finger crush us like a fly that tries to sting him? No, he will try to trap the fly and take the sting," said Gandalf. "And there are names among us that are worth more than 1,000 mail-clad knights apiece. No, he will not smile." "Neither shall we," said Aragorn. "If this be jest, then it is too bitter for laughter. Nay, it is the last move in a great jeopardy. And from one side or the other it will bring the end of the game." Then he drew Anduril and held it up glittering in the sun. "You shall not be sheathed again until the last battle is fought," he said. Now that is the end of chapter 9, the last debate. I have one more very, very small chapter in Book 5 of The Return of the King. The Black Gate opens, and we will get to that tomorrow, all my lads and lasses. Tomorrow we will continue with our ongoing readathon. But right now, we will honor the memory of one of the great rock and rollers of all time, and one of the greatest and most outspoken Tolkien fans of all time. On the day of his funeral, here in Los Angeles, we're going to share a small clip from our DVD of Ringer's Lord of the Fans, a documentary film that I co-wrote and co-produced, directed by Carlene Cordova. It's a film that Sony Pictures released 10 years ago. And here's a scene from the DVD, not from the film itself, but here's a behind-the-scenes bit where we introduce Lemmy Kilmister, his wonderful humor. I'll never forget how wonderfully funny, naughty and funny and mischievous he was. And I remember him with great detail. He was a wonderful interview. So watch now. This is a clip about rock and ringers from our film, Ringer's Lord of the Fans, in memory of Lemmy Kilmister. May he rest in the great beyond. We will see you all tomorrow for our ongoing Lord of the Rings readathon. Thank you, everyone. This is Clifford Broadway saying good night.
At a certain time in the life of the book and how people were discovering it, it got kind of wrapped up in the 1960s. And obviously the 1960s was a huge time for world music. Obviously a huge explosion in England and America at the same time.
Were you aware of all this Lord of the Rings references that was in the Led Zeppelin songs and the fantasy rock from the 70s?
Oh yeah.
What's your impression of that?
You know, a lot of heavy metal is based on sword and sorcery and, you know, riding on your steed against the great armies.
What better place for the untamed spirit of rock and roll to stake its claim? Rockers of the late 60s began placing Tolkien characters and references in their songs.
So many Zeppelin songs make reference to Mordor and ring wraiths, and like you've got the Battle of Evermore, which is a classic sort of reference to Lord of the Rings.
And Misty Mountain Hop.
Yep.
Heavy metal and maybe even rock and roll, for some reason, lends itself to that fantasy-based phenomenon. You know, it's that kind of dirty kind of clanking metal. It just goes well with crashing drums and you know, guitar licks. So it's a nice little marriage.
God bless Lemmy. The lead singer of Motorhead wants to be in our movie and is a huge Tolkien fan. Lemmy's a character, and he's also a very smart guy and really had some great insight.
We went cynical.